Hello guys, welcome to the stream. One sec. Hi, welcome to the Trackmania Nordic Ubisoft tournament in collaboration with Corsair. About 2 months ago, Ubisoft reached out to me with the opportunity to make this tournament happen, to see which Nordic country is the best one at Trackmania. And now, after a lot of planning, after a lot of work behind the scenes by both the Ubisoft team and our team with mappers, with admins, and with the players grinding to qualify, we are now ready on tournament day to once and for all crown the Nordic champion. So welcome all, I hope you're having a great day. The matches begin already in like 15 minutes, so we're almost ready to just jump right in. But before that, I thought I'd catch you guys up a little bit up to speed and how it's gonna work and who's playing and what's at stake. And well, I was gonna finish that, but I don't really know with what. But yeah, welcome. We're starting early, there's gonna be a lot of matches. We're basically playing until the evening to see this. We're starting with the round of 32, then we have round of 16, round of 8, round of 4. No wait, round of 4 is the final. So there's 5 rounds. But yeah, welcome. So guys, let's first, I think, start by taking a look at the players. Did I save this? Oi, I did. Great. Great. Alright, gonna... Oh. Oops, okay. Here we are. So. We'll start with a country known for 2 things. And that's being red and being white. It is, of course, Denmark. Denmark is the first country here represented at the tournament. De Røde, De Hvide. They have a total of 10 players that qualified to the playoffs. And you can see the seeding here at which they qualified. The number next to their name is the position they got in the qualifier. Radiance got 2nd place, J-Cray 3rd, Dunsta 4th. We have Dirty Duck 7th. And then we have Katu, Fopsk, Squigs, Hazard, Aethel, and Mayo. Now, players to look out for here are Radiance. Radiance has been all over Twitter saying how he's going to win this. Radiance is probably very confident in his chances. We also have some old school players like Dunsta here. If you didn't know Dunsta, he used to be in the very first season of Trackmania Grand League in 2018. And then he's been playing really not that actively in the last years, but he still kept the skill level, I think. So expect Dunsta to do some damage. J-Cray as well, long time player. And the others here are also great at what they do. Then, the next country up is also red and white, but blue as well. It's Norway. Norway here, standing with 6 players. We have Voyager 006, who, as far as I know, has been playing for 13 years. A true OG of the game, scoring 10th in the qualifier. We have Tefs at 13th. We have Christian at 16th. Snix at 19th, a very good full speed player. Loller at 21, very good attack. And then Oski Boy at 28th. Now, I myself, as a Norwegian, tried to like get Aerosol in here. I tried to get Lavon, I tried to get Vergi, but they were all busy. So we are standing with our lineup, and I think they're going to give it their best shot. We'll see how they perform. Then we have Sweden. Sweden, our main competitor. as a Norwegian myself today, I think it's okay if we don't win, as long as we don't lose to Sweden. No, I'm kidding. Of course, Sweden, a neighboring country, a great friend. They also have some great players. Let's take a look. You have Cabbie at rank 1 for Sweden, winning the qualifier with, I think, an average position on the map of like 2nd or 3rd place. He was basically on the podium on average on every single map in time attack. You have Limpan as well, Montage, Yoso, Sapcrash, Jagger, Olofsson Tobias, Hinos, and Sao Dineki. This is the Swedish lineup, standing with 9 players. And then, the final nation that we have not talked about yet, Finland. Torille Tavaton. For the Finnish players here, we have 6 Finnish players as well, that being Captain Salmon, Remelius, Toika, Vekizos, Buffali, and Masabi Wasabi. These are the Finnish players. Now, all of them I think are pretty household names in Trackmania. Same goes for all the lineups here. I'm seeing some new names, but a lot of expected names. Like, if you look at Denmark, I could basically see these 5 players being in here already. Also cool to see Phobs, Hazard, Aethel. Aethel is very good on full speed. Hazard is very good on the RPG style. You'll see that, I think, later on. Norway, we have Voyager, great RPG player. Tech. Christian, I'm not really sure what his specialty is. Probably all styles. And then I mentioned Snicks on full speed, Loller on tech. Sweden, Cabbie is pretty all-round great player. Yoso, I think his strengths lie in tech and dirt. You have, as well, Limpan and Montage. Montage, I know, had a very good time on Summer 01. So I think he's a full speed player, maybe. Anyways, what I'm trying to say here is the competition is stacked. We have so many good players from all the countries. But you might be wondering, how are all these players going to compete? What are we playing for? How are we playing this tournament? Allow me to show you. Because this is the format, the reverse cup mode format. The way this works is that, oh, wrong order. Players start at 100 points. So going into the match, everyone has 100 points. And then after each round, they lose points based on their position. First gets -2, second gets -5, third gets -7, fourth gets -10. And if you don't finish, you get -15. The point here is to never hit 0 points. Because once you hit 0 points, if you go to that slide, you become a finalist. And if you lose a round when you're a finalist, you are eliminated from the tournament. So you never want to hit 0. And in every match, the winners are the last 2 standing players. So essentially, you're going to get drained from points further and further down towards 0. When you hit 0, it's do or die time. You can no longer lose a single round, or you will be eliminated. And this goes all the way until the grand finals, where the stakes are upped. That means that, the starting points is 120, and of course only the last standing player wins. The prizes they are playing for here is 4 headsets sponsored by Corsair. This tournament is hosted in collaboration with Corsair, so thanks so much to them for being a part of this. All the top 4 players in the final get a headset from them, and the grand final winner gets a €100 voucher in the Ubisoft store. But I think for me at least, knowing the Scandinavian rivalries, it's not even so much about the prizes. It's about the title of being able to say, our nation is the greatest Nordic nation at this game right now. We hosted a tournament, we settled the dispute, we are the greatest nation. And if that's Norway, hey, I'm going to hold it against the Swedes. If that's Sweden, Sweden is going to hold it against us. It's such a petty, childish rivalry that we have going, but you don't understand how much this means to us. Being able to hold something against your Scandinavian brothers is always fun. So that's really what's at stake. It's the rivalry. It's full on the rivalry from me at least. But we are almost about to begin. We begin in 5 minutes here. with the first round. So I will actually open the game and see if I can get myself on the server. Just gonna see here. Before we begin though, I want to show you guys one thing. This is completely unrelated to the tournament, but I don't really get a chance to say it later. I set a world record today, and I'm really proud. So I just wanted to... I set a cool world record. If you don't mind me sharing. This is training 19 in the training campaign. Bobsleigh track. I was grinding this really hard. The world record was 1497. I got it down to 1496, then 95, then I got a 93 out of nowhere, and I was like, yo, that's pretty good. But then I kept grinding. And then, and then, and then, and then, and then, I got this run. Right here. Right here's this one. Good start, good speed. Into the bobsleigh. Huge speed boost. A 1492-1. Which, on a training map, you see, it's a world record by 500s. Which is quite a lot. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with this. And if you check Trackmania.io, which I can pull up in a second here. This was a world record by 500ths of a second. 500ths of a second. And it beat the old one, which had stood for how many months? God, I can't type. Let's see here. Training 19. Yeah, this was an hour ago. The old world record was 7 months ago. But I see that my tweet and bragging about this has already piqued the interest of Mata, who also likes bobsleigh maps. So we'll see how long this stands. But yeah, I tweeted about it. People are going after it. I just wanted to brag while I still have the chance, right? Look. We can all remember that I had this world record. Thanks. You know, it might be gone in 5 minutes. It might be gone in 5 minutes. Anyways, booting up the game right now to get into the tournament. Cam, if you would be so kind, do you have the... can you send me the information I need about the matches and whatnot? Because we should have a thing with all the match lineups. What's happening today? Nordic Trackmania tournament. Alright, so Cam sent me the tournament link. We can already start to take a look at the first round and see sort of which round we would like to take a look at here in the mainstream. Because all of these are played simultaneously, meaning we can only watch one of the matches. And in such a seeding, the matches are, of course, you know, they're seeded. So it's probably around the middle where we'll find the closest competition, just based on the seeding. But if we look at this, and I'm thinking also about nationalities here. I would like a match which is 1 Finnish player, 1 Norwegian, 1 Swede, and 1 Dane. If possible. 2 Danes. Oh, this is almost. This is almost. Almost. I don't think there's such a match. Wait, this one. This one is Asta from Finland, Voyager from Norway, Squigs from Denmark, and Jagger from... No. And Jagger from Sweden. This is actually one of those matches. Do we watch this one? I also think this is going to be a very cool match, but it's 3 Danes. This is 2 Danes versus 2 Finns. Like, I think this is the coolest one, because everyone has a champion in this one. Everyone has a fighter, you know? Everyone has some stake in the match. We should go for match 2 here, with Asta, Voyager, Squigs, and Jagger. This will be our first match. And then you can see, if we go back in the bracket, that there will be 3 more rounds after this one. So we'll be out of here by around 9. 5 hours of Trackmania tournament matches. And the maps they are played on are all made by Waypoint Mapping. Huge shout out to them for the work on the maps. What they've done with the maps, which I really liked, is like they've built 1 map per style. So there's 1 map which is specifically in the tech style, in the drifting style. There's 1 full speed map, specifically only full speed. 1 dirt map, 1 obstacle track. And so like, in this last man standing format, you can build up a lead, and then you can also, if you get a map that suits someone else really well, they could catch back up, and it's gonna swing back and forth a lot, which I think is really great. But the players are on the server. We will get in there for match number 1 of the tournament. It looks like the warm-up is ending in just about 25 seconds or so. So let's get in here. Let us get in. 1 sec. I'm gonna do this. Yeah. Just changing the layout while we have time. All right, not sure we are live just yet. The points need to be reset. So now we're getting the ready check here. Guys, are you ready? I've wanted an event like this for a long time. It's really cool that we finally have one. Really, really cool that we finally have a Nordic Trackmania tournament. Hopefully there will be more regionals like this in other regions. Not just the international tournaments. Everyone has the ready check. Which means we should have a go in any second now. Okay, okay. Let's begin. We're starting on Finland. Finland is the full speed map in this map pack. So the players have 1 minute to warm up here. Get ready. We can have a look at the map while they do so. From, let's say, the perspective of Jagger here. On this map, you have to do speed slides. So if you look at the skid marks behind the players' cars, they are intentionally sliding the car wherever it's possible, because it's faster. At over 400 speed, they're going to do it here as well a little bit. And these just build up more speed if you do them well. If you do them a bit poorly, though, you lose speed. So it's a risk-reward game. But Voyager did that earlier, and now he has a lot more speed for the rest of the map. Apart from that, it's a lot about clean loops, clean wall rides. You basically want to avoid any bumps or any... even just, like, awkward lines, because they do slow you down. And if you have more speed, you can keep it for the entirety of the run, like Voyager does in the warm-up here. And he looks very solid. What's the finishing time? A 57:47. I believe the world record here is a 56:38. So about 1 second faster by Snicks. It's the world record. But here we go into the first round from the perspective of Jagger once again. And now we have to take a look at the speed slides. Very important. They decide your entry speed into the lap. It looks like Jagger actually got it way better than the others, but he had to release to avoid the wall there. and will drop down into last place. It is now Voyager and Norway leading the first round here, but Asta from Finland chasing close behind. Has maybe a tiny bit more speed here, but needs to make something happen if he's going to catch up to Voyager and get that first -2. As explained earlier, the players lose points here every single round, and you want to lose the least amount of points possible. And what's happened behind? Big mistake from Denmark, I believe. Squigs disappearing from the scoreboard, and it is actually now Voyager taking the win here. Asta in second. Jagger will get third, and will Squigs here be able to finish? He will not. And that is a big, chunky -15 there that he will have to take in the very first round. Not finishing is very punishing here, so we'll up the game audio here a little bit. You guys can hear it better. Let's get into the next round. Now Voyager, this time with a way better start. Jagger dares to full speed the corner, but if we look at this, Voyager has built up a great lead against the other three. And they now have to battle for the bottom positions, it looks like. Voyager running away with this one. Squigs and Jagger at the back of the field, just 500ths apart. Squigs with a bit of an awkward turnover, but better approach in here. We'll catch up a little bit as we see Voyager with less speed up front is actually being reeled in by Asta. 1400ths. Will he hold that one to the finish line? Looks like he has it under control. It will be Voyager, Asta, Squigs, and Jagger. Almost same positions once again. Voyager, though, 2 wins back-to-back in the first 2 rounds. You guys want more audio? I mean, sure. Let's bump it. There we are then. More audio. But yeah, first few rounds, it is, of course, understandable. Everyone's a bit shaky. This is single elimination, meaning that if you lose this match, you are out. So you really have to get into it as soon as you can. Voyager now with the awkward start. And he will fall behind the other 3. Great opportunity if you're Jagger here to catch some points, especially after falling behind a little bit early. Squigs as well really needs to seize the opportunity now after the -15 he had. Jagger with the inside line. I think Asta will have way more speed with that other turnover approach. Better speed slide here, but Jagger is trying to contest it. Super close. This will come right down to the finish stretch. Asta going too high, and Jagger actually might be able to snipe it. 300ths of a second behind. It is Asta getting the -2. Jagger in second, Squigs third, and Voyager fourth. I think we have one more round here before the map switch. 4 rounds per map. And then there's a total of 6 tracks to be played. Current scoreboard is Asta with 88 points, Voyager 86, Jagger 78, and Squig 71. But here Jagger had to release big time. So let's look up front now. Asta versus Voyager. The top 2 players so far. Looking to close out the map in the lead. Asta now overtaking Voyager in that looping. Oh, but a great speed slide here from Voyager. This will propel him very far ahead. Got a lot of speed out of that. Asta trying to challenge, but he underslides a little bit, which doesn't build up too much speed, and it should be Voyager here for another -2 on Finland. Asta takes second, Squigs in third, and Jagger here coming in fourth. So, after the first map, I think we're done with the first map. I don't want to call it too soon. We are indeed done with the first map. It is Voyager in the lead. Only losing 16 points on the first map. And they are, of course, trying to avoid hitting 0 here. Because if you hit 0 points, then you will go into finalist mode. And if you lose at that point, you might be out. Now we're going on to Olam, which in this format is a very volatile map. This is the hardest track in the map pack just to drive consistently. It's a RPG track, also known as obstacle tracks, where you really don't drive on a racing track anymore. You drive on quarter pipes and thin rails and really try to make your way through a challenging course here. And if you fall off the track, you can lose a lot of time. So we can see Voyager to try to go through here. That will be a mistake. I think only Asta here is the player to survive. So this is a lot about consistency. And the one part that I think will decide this a lot is this railing right here, where you have to just precisely line up and drive across the beam. If you fail that, you will lose a lot of time. But it's not over yet if you pass that, because you still have a couple of series of jumps here where you can clip the corners and lose significant amount of time. So it's a lot to watch out for on Olam. This map is difficult, but for one of the Nordic champions in this field of 32 players, it should be more than manageable. Squigs with the first early mistake there, clipping the grass border. Jagger as well, losing a little bit of time, but keep in mind that if they survive the rest of the run here, it is very likely that they can still win it. It's just about survival, trying to not make the mistake. Asta almost making one, clipping the checkpoint. It will be Voyager into the quarter pipe, but does he jump too low there? No, he gets a great landing. Good speed into first place as they're coming up to the first round across the beam. And I expect we will see some players fail this. It is just that difficult. Oh, they all actually get it. Great round by the players here. Voyager still in first. Asta and Jagger chasing. Will they get enough speed for this jump now? Looks all good here. Voyager with a very clean round so far. 1 second ahead of the other two players chasing. Squigs, though, nowhere to be seen here on the scoreboard. Has probably made a big mistake back there. And now we're coming up to the ending. A wall flip here into the risky finish flip. Will Voyager hit that? He gets it. Gets the -2. Asta gets the -5. And where is Jagger? He missed the ending and will actually not be able to finish here, I think. Ooh, Jagger not able to finish. Big -15 there for both Jagger and Squigs. And if you are Asta and Voyager here looking at this scoreboard, you're feeling pretty good about it. Very important that you build up a lead against your competitors, but I don't think they're breathing too easily yet, because if they make a mistake now, it is them that might get the -15. Squigs with a mistake, Voyager with a mistake, clipping the block, will drop down into last place here. To go across the quarter pipe. Oh, Voyager almost jumping too short again. So we saw that in the warm-up. Was thinking perhaps it would happen once again, but no. Asta clipping the block here. Trying to line up the beam. Oh, but he clips again, has to respawn. And this might very well be the retaliation from Sweden here. Because a big mistake like that from Asta could mean, if Jagger one-shots here, that it's -15 for him. We'll see if Jagger can do the rest cleanly. Just behind him, though, Voyager trying to chase. And he's making actually that lead disappear into nothing. The flip will decide who gets the -2. Voyager risking. Jagger missing. Oh, Jagger missed the last jump. Will he have time to finish it again here? 4 seconds left. Jagger will get in there, but will Asta get it? No. -15 for Asta, -15 for Squigs. And it is just disaster for everyone but Voyager here. In these rounds on this map so far. Huge point losses coming through. Huge point losses. So let's now take a look at Squigs, who is so far in last place in this match. Definitely not out yet. You are never out in this format until the final whistle blows. Really, if you just survive, once you reach 0 points, you can stall forever. But not the most favorable position to be in. See now as the players go across the railing one more time. No respawns from the top two. Squigs not making any mistake either, except for a quick respawn there. But the battle up front is very close here between Voyager and Asta. Only half a second, which is nothing on this map. We've seen players fail the ending. We've seen players fail this drop down. Anything can still happen here. As they go to the wall flip now. Pretty high line from Asta. This should be Voyager's round to win, and it is indeed. Voyager wins. Asta coming in second. Jagger will get third. And can Squigs finish this one? I'm not seeing Squigs. Oh no, Squigs with another -15. You hate to see that. He's not gotten one finish in the first 3 rounds here. And he's lost 45 points due to not being able to reach the finish. Very unfortunate for Squigs and Denmark in this match. But it shows how brutal the DNF can be. You really... Oh, big mistake from Jagger. You really want to make sure that you can reach the finish every single round here. And on such a difficult map as this one, that is a tough task. 10 seconds behind for Jagger. The finish timeout is 10 seconds. He will need to match the pace of the leading players to have a chance of not losing 15 points here. Asta in the lead in this round, just as the previous one. Half a second. Voyager risking here, though. He wants another -2. He doesn't really need it at this point. He's built up such a strong lead in the match, but yeah, going very close to the border here. Getting a good wall flip. Will get the risky finish here and secure another -2. Asta close to follow. Now where is Squigs? Squigs finally with a finish. And Jagger with 3 seconds left for the buzzer. No, he jumps too low. And Jagger, another -15. Now 25 points behind second place. The top 2 players advance out of this format, and both Squigs and Jagger have taken big hits here on Olam. Nothing is over yet, though. We are going on to Norway, the dirt track in this tournament. So if they are good on dirt, this is where they can make a comeback in the match. This is where they can make a comeback. Let's take a look at the track. There's a couple of very important gears here that make or break your time. The first one is getting a lot of speed in this uphill. If you get a lot of speed here, you can get the car to gear up right here. And then you will have an upper gear for the entire turn up till the next checkpoint. This saves like 0.3, 0.4 of a second. Huge time saver in a format like this. Then it's also very important to stay on the upper gear up the hill. Get a smooth drop down here into the downhill. And now stay on the outside border here around this turn to once again preserve the gear. And this track has a bit of an awkward ending in my experience. I think the players have trained it really well in the 1 week they had to practice the qualifier. But look at this. Sharp turn to the left, sharp turn to the right, and then a jump into the risky finish here. 57.57. The world record on this track is a 56.5, I think, by radians. So about 1 second faster. But it really depends on that one gear in the start here. That does save a lot of time. Saw Voyager crash the warm-up. Will he get the speed he wants out of this one here? No, has to release. That probably will not be the gear that he was looking for. Oh, goes very close to the wall. It is once again Asta and Voyager, the leaders of the match, off to a great start. Also the highest seeds in this match, it has to be said. The top 2 seeds. Where's Jagger and Squigs? We're bottom-seeded players. But still trying to take out some of the favorites. Jagger hitting the wall. Squigs, though, will overtake him, but still too far to make anything happen in this battle for first. Let's see who gets it. Voyager versus Asta. Last turn coming up. Asta bumps on the inside, giving Voyager a free run to the finish here. -2 for Voyager, -5 for Asta. Squigs should take third there. And will Jagger finish? Yes, he will. So we see Squigs now, with that -7, is just 1/3, second, third, or fourth place away from reaching finalist mode. And from then on, it is do or die for him. We'll have to win every single round from that point on in order to stay alive in the tournament. Here we can almost see Voyager getting that gear. I think he intentionally saves it now. Not really worth the push in a live match format. You see Squigs dropping down a little bit in the splits. But a very, very close battle for first place. Great exit speed there from the Voyager. See, he sets up the line a little bit wider, and it just lets him keep all the speed for this entire section here. 0.2 difference now. Looks like another first place for him. Asta here, though, almost getting overtaken by Jagger. But not quite enough. Voyager with another win. Asta in second, Jagger third, Squigs in fourth. And what this means is that Squigs now is the first finalist of the match. This sounds like a good thing, but this is not really a good situation to be in. If Squigs at this point loses one more round, meaning if Squigs ends up in last place in the round, he will be eliminated from the tournament. So a bit of a prayer in chat now for Squigs and for Denmark to see if he can stay alive. All he needs to do is to beat one player in this round to stay in it. But so far he is 0.4 behind. Jagger, who is his closest target, trying to chase him in, trying to reel it back. But he's only getting further and further away from them, it seems. Needs a mistake here, I think, in the final three corners to stay alive in it, but the mistake comes from himself. And Squigs here, he is living on a prayer now. Needs someone else to fail the ending. But Voyager has been looking clean here. Asta, though, bumps. Will Asta have the speed? They all will. And Squigs will be the first eliminated player out of the tournament on this map. GG's. We play for top 2 here, so one more player will be eliminated. Right now, Jagger is on the tail of it with just 4 points left. He has one round of breathing room left before he is at the final step, the finalist mode. And from then on, he just has to hold on as best as he can. See some great wholesomeness coming from Squigs in the chat. Great sportsmanship here. We are, of course, playing Norway, Denmark, Finland, and Sweden versus one another. Big mistakes here, but it is also all for the fun of it, of competing in Trackmania, and it's great to recognize that. So GG's for Squigs once again. A great performance all together. Also just in getting top 32 in the qualifier. A little bit of a fun fact, we looked at the player numbers and we have almost 400 players that participated in this from the Nordic regions. So you're already top 10%, you know, if you get here. But with this, Jagger now also going into the finalist mode. It is now his turn to try to defend this position. And we will go on to the new map, and we have the map Denmark. A speed tech map. Very old school building style with some nice Danish scenery. You can see the Danish flags, red and white blocks, some wooden elements to try to represent the country a little bit. Maybe not flat enough. I'm already seeing some uphills and downhills, which doesn't really look like Denmark, but apart from that, wait, maybe it's Legoland. This is like the roller coaster at Legoland. It is the most Danish thing of all, after all. I took that one as a kid, man. That is scary. I don't know what they call it, but I remember my siblings were making fun of me because I didn't dare to take it, and then I took it and I hated it. But anyways, this is a great map. Nothing to hate about. Kaisla's map, Denmark. Really cool. Old school tech track. You can see long drifts here. with a lot of corners to watch out for. And then the risky finish here, which we didn't get to see. A bit of a cliffhanger. We'll have to wait for that one in the live round. All eyes on Jagger now. He is finalist. He just has to beat one player. He does not need to win the round. Just needs to always make sure he beats one player in the round. And that is a big mistake. Under the pressure, Jagger crashing the first corner. And he too will now have his fate in another player's hands. But if they look at the splits here, they know that they just need to save it to the ending here, and they will both qualify, Voyager and Asta, for the top 2 seeds. Now, they are actually also playing in between themselves to find out who is seed 1 and who is seed 2. This is to get a favorable matchup later on in the tournament. So, we will have that if this happens, but Voyager, let's not call it too soon. Voyager with a huge blunder here. Losing about 2 seconds to Asta, and maybe with an end fail here. Jagger is not out yet. The ending, as I was about to say, is difficult. You have to jump and land back on the platform that you came from and into the finish, but no. Voyager will secure that, eliminating Jagger from the competition. GG's. So now we will see the battle between first and second, I think. I'm not sure, because if the points here are not changed, this will take a long time. But we have some time before the next round anyway, so we will now have the 1 versus 1 matchup, Voyager versus Asta. You guys got any bets, chat? Who you think will take it? These are both qualified players. But do you think Voyager has it or Asta? You might look at the point total and think like, oh, this is already decided. He has a 30-point lead. But maybe we've also seen Voyager's strongest maps. You know, Voyager has his roots in RPG tracks from way back. I don't think he plays a lot of ice, for example, things like that. But here on tech, he is also winning, it looks like. 1 second ahead almost through Denmark. We'll get the drop down and we'll get the finish. (104.89), great time actually. That is a very fast time for a live round by Voyager. I think the world record is mid 104, low 104. So very, very strong. Oh, Asta releasing there will drop the gear. Lower gear up the hill. Voyager off to an early lead. Let's see how Voyager does this. Maybe some notes to take for later on. Tries to take a sharp line through this corner. I think set up wide for the downhill so you can push in. That makes sense. Great speed on the exit here too. Now the jump setup. Goes very sharp. And gets a very clean exit. High-level tech tracks are very satisfying to watch because it almost looks like a dance. Like the car's just dancing back and forth, left, right. It just flows, you know? It flows like water. Like butter. That we have a lot of in Norway. Like melted butter. Another clean run here from Voyager. 105.02. Looking extremely solid on this map. Next round. Never had a shortage? No. No, 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 no. I believe you are just talking about a rumor. Spread by the Danes. To make the Norwegians look bad. Look at the amount of butter Voyager has on these lines. They are so clean. So smooth. If there was a shortage, we would not see tech lines like these. Not even close. You saw a dude deep fry a stick of butter. Eat that, then drink the leftover oil. Out of curiosity, was this in America? Deep fried butter. It does not sound like a Nordic cuisine, but cuisine? That word. Alright, tech track is over. And I think that means we're going on to ice here. Or we're going on to Sweden. We're going on to Sweden. We are going on to Sweden. Map built by Carlberg. Voyager with 57 versus Asta's 14. At this point, if Voyager finishes every round, he will have a tremendous lead to work with against Asta when Asta hits finalist. And just to keep you guys updated on the tournament, the next round begins at 5. Just to give the players time to get ready, to know their opponents, and to also have a little bit of a break. So we will get into that after this, but we are just waiting for the matches to conclude, including this one. See who wins. We have had the mini RPG, and it was a a total disaster for some players. Some players weren't able to finish it a couple of rounds, and then you lose a lot of points. I mean, if you say when Asta hits finalist, well, he will lose points even if he wins. Like, at this rate, there is no way Voyager hits it before Asta. If Voyager just finishes, he could lose every round, but Asta would still hit finalist first. I think if my maths are correct, so... yeah. One DNF would certainly flip it, but for now... maybe Asta though? He has the pace on this to challenge. Asta maybe getting a bit of that butter himself. Look at this battle. 700ths of a second, 1 minute into Sweden on tech. Okay. The ending here is so risky, it will decide who wins it. This last jump. Voyager going wide for the speed, has to release. Will he have an advantage on the final jump? Oh, he will. Because Asta misses the jump. Asta went way too inside and did not have the necessary speed for that risky finish. Whew. Close battle. Close battle. Voyager now 46-point lead. But we can tell you guys, like, the reason we have this tournament in this game mode, if you've never seen it before, we have a game mode called Cup mode in Trackmania, where players start at 0 points and go up to 100, and then at 100 they have to win one more round to secure their spot. It's a very typical Trackmania format. It has been used in World Cups, etc, etc. The one problem with that format is that you have to win the round in the end, you know? So, like, you could get a big lead, but if you can't win that one last round, you're out. So instead, this sort of fixes that problem with it, where if you have a great performance now, the pressure's on the person that doesn't play well and loses a lot of points. Whereas you, if you're playing well, you have a big lead to work with. So it kind of shifts the role of who has to defend. And it's still in development, so like here, you know... Oh, Asta with the -15! That will accelerate the waiting time here. Asta is now finalist. But as I was about to say, the format is in development. There might be some changes to it, but I think it's a good concept. So now Voyager, who has been dominating this match, has a 50-point lead to work with, and he just needs to beat Asta in one of those rounds to get the first seed here. Asta, from here on out, would have to be clean for about 10 rounds in a row. It might sound impossible, but every journey begins with a single step. Every comeback begins with a single round. Just needs to win one at a time here. And he is in striking distance to do so. 1800ths of a second behind. Tries to go for an inside line here. Tries to push. Has to adapt his line though. Does not get any closer. In fact, loses a little bit to Voyager. The release timing is awkward. 0.4 of a second now. And it is going to be very difficult unless Voyager makes a mistake in the ending here. This could be the end for Asta. Will Voyager get the risky jump into the finish? He has it. And that is the GG here in match number 2 in round 1 of the Nordic Cup. Voyager and Asta advance in the tournament. Jagger and Squigs are out. GG's. Well played by all players. GGWP. So yeah guys, welcome to the tournament. If you just joined in, we are starting super early today because we have a lot of matches to go through. About 5 rounds of matches between the top 32 Nordic Trackmania players. This event is hosted by Ubisoft Nordic in collaboration with Corsair. Very cool of them to also sponsor the event with headsets to the winners. So that is what's going on. If we now take a look at the bracket, I'm not sure if we have some updated standings yet. Looks like 2 matches have concluded. Cabbie and Limpan advanced in match number 1. But that could also mean that there are some rounds that are still ongoing. Let me quickly check another server here and see what we have. We can watch some more gameplay if there's still players fighting it. Oh, this is an intense round. Looks like we have a double finalist situation on server 3 here between Rumelius and Toka. But Toka makes a mistake, so this decides who gets seed 1 here. And right now it looks to be Rumelius with a 3-second lead. We're joining into the literal last round. And I might have jinxed it there a little bit. The caster's curse for Toka, who will get 2nd seed. But Hazard and Fup eliminated, so not the greatest start for the Danes. As far as we know, they have yet to have 1 player advancing here out of the first round. And that will be Rumelius with the dubstep horn advancing. Let's check match 4 here to see how that concludes. They are also on Denmark. Should be final rounds here closing in. Oh, okay. It is Snyx versus Radiance. And Radiance will win just as we turn the heater on. GG to Radiance winning this match. Snyx gets the 2nd seed. Christian and Saudineki are out. GG's. We are just farming results here, I think, because the players are about to close the matches. Let's see in the match number 5 if we have anything here. Oh, they are on Norway. Wait, this might be far from over. Katu eliminated. It is Aethel versus Dunsta. And Dunsta on dirt is dangerous. This is actually his best style. Watch out for this guy. He is so clean on dirt tracks. And he's showing it right now, being half a second up on Aethel. So the Danes will finally have not just 1 player advancing, but 2. In Dunsta and Aethel. Dunsta gets the 1st seed here. Aethel is out. GG's? No, Aethel is not out. Aethel is 2nd. We're just checking in here on every single server. match 6. I do not know which one this was. They were on the ice track. Okay. Tefs, Yoso, and Oski eliminated. It is once again a battle for the top 2 spots. And this is interesting because Tefs, I'm not sure how his ice skill is compared to Captain Salmon. Captain Salmon had a great start, hits the wall. It's a dead even race. Tefs with a huge lead in the match, but Salmon has 5 points left to work with. Tefs going wide here. Will stay ahead, it looks like. Oh, never mind. Big respawn. Salmon sliding out. Oh, no. Oh, and Tefs hits the wall as well. That is a chaotic Trackmania round. But it is Salmon winning the round, staying alive. And Tefs gets a big -5. Alright, now this is content. This is what we came in for. 1 versus 1 on ice. Let's see who will win it. Tefs with an awkward starting line. Almost clips the checkpoint, manages to save it. But he will lose a lot of speed for that. Line 1.3 behind, almost hits the mountain on the inside. And the angle does not look favorable here. Salmon has this lead in his hands if he can just get the ending correctly. This time his setup is clean and he actually has a very strong personal best here. 50.2 is Salmon's personal best. And he knows how to drive this map really well. Clean ice slides. 51.7 here to win that round. So I think Tefs here, he might just have to wait for tech track to be able to win this. Tefs really excels on tech tracks. His personal best here is... Let's see if we can find it. Did I miss it? Perhaps I did miss it. I'm not seeing it here, so... Oh. 53.94 is his personal best. So yeah, Tefs really not an ice player. But he just needs to win 2 rounds to kick out Salmon from the seed 1. But it seems to fall apart right here for Tefs. Salmon with another clean line. Will win, but with this round, he is now finalist. You can see he will have to win every single round from this point on. Let's see if he can do it. It is due or get second seed for Salmon. He is through, he's qualified. They're only playing to see who will get rank 1 and 2 out of this match. And getting seed 2 here could mean facing other very strong opponents like Cabbie and Radiance and Dunsta. So don't think that this doesn't matter. This actually matters a lot. Because you can get placed in a very tough matchup later on if you're seed 2 out of a match. Tefs here though slides out, and Salmon will survive the ice map. Clean 4-0. With an even greater time. Wow. Very, very fast, very consistent. Very impressive by Salmon to drive these times in a live round. Will there be a map where Tefs has a chance? Because I certainly wasn't doing it for him, and oh my god. We are ending on the most exciting map. Olam, the RPG map. This will be decided in just 2 rounds here. If Salmon wins one round, Tefs will be finalist as well. But if Tefs wins, he can close it out. Tefs has 2 chances to close this out. If not, he will get second place. Is Salmon not playing? I think he was having like a sip of water, you know, maybe stretching. It's nice to use the warm-up for that. To get ready. Do what you need to do. Again, if you have not seen this map, the thing to watch out for is this part. Not that jump specifically, but the beam right after it. This balancing beam right here is where things can go very wrong if you are not precise. Not to mention all the other jumps across the Olam Islands. Here we go. In potentially the final round of this match, Tefs versus Salmon. Let's see who gets off to the best start here. Salmon clipping the checkpoint a little bit. On many maps, this would be a doomed mistake to make. But I tell you, this is not over. 2 seconds on this map is nothing. Because things can go wrong and Tefs will make a mistake of his own. But Salmon misses the quarter pipe jump and Tefs is back in the lead. And we still have not gotten to the balancing beam. So, as I said, like, this is anyone's game still. Tefs across the balancing beam. He will get it. Jumps in the checkpoint, turns around. Pops the horn even, feeling himself a little bit right now after that. Can he hold it to the finish, though? Salmon 3 seconds behind. Keep in mind, this was a 40-point advantage for Tefs. He can still close it out here and get the win, but only has this chance and one more after it. Will he get the risky finish jump here to secure himself? He will indeed. 1:15.79, and that is the GG out of this match. Salmon gets second place, but will still advance. GG's to both players. Now, I think that was the longest running match. I think it almost went the maximum distance. So yeah, this match is concluded. Here we still have players. Match 8. Let's see what this is. Oh. A lot to play for here still. 2 players alive. It is Woofley versus J-Cray. On the full speed map, Hinos and Masabi Wasabi are eliminated. It is once again a battle for the seeding. Woofley with a great speed slide. Looks like he's far behind, but he has more speed now for the rest of the track that he can work with. To try to reel in J-Cray. Little by little. Although the gap is staying here. Still 0.13, still 0.14. J-Cray is holding this excellently. Great line there. Great turnover approach. J-Cray will extend his lead here to Woofley. Now Woofley will need some really good speed slides to come back. Only one wall ride to go. And J-Cray should be able to take this first seed here for Denmark into the finish. 57.06, a great time here for live rounds. And GG's. That is all the matches of round 1. Concluded. It is official. Let's now take a look at the overall standings and see who is looking the best to win the next match. Which match we want to watch. Alright. Here we go. So, we have these 4 matches that you can see right here coming up. It is Cabbie, Voyager, Toka, and Snicks. Dunsta, Tefs, Dirty Duck, and Woofley. J-Cray, Vekisos, Captain Salmon, and Aethel. And Radiance, Rumelius, Asta, and Limpin. Voyager wins and gets Cabbie? True. That is actually true, but the alternative is also a... who was he playing? Asta. He would have had Asta spot. This is not an easier match. It's very difficult no matter which route you go through the tournament. But I can tell you, if we want to get a multinational match, our best bet is one of... Well, okay, so this match here has 2 Finns and 2 Danes. The other matches have 3 people or 3 nations represented. Here you have Cabbie from Sweden, Voyager Norway, Toka from Finland, and Snix from Norway. Here you have Dunster from Denmark, Taps from Norway, Dirty Duck from Denmark, and Bobsleigh from Finland. And here you have Radiance from Denmark, you have Romelius from Finland, Asta from Finland, and Limpen from Sweden. Match 1. I think this is a fire match. It is a fire match. What happened to Luller? I lost. He got swept by the Danes. Dunsta, Aethel, and Kato. Tough match. Quarter 2 is the toughest. This is also a very strong match, yeah. Dunsta, Taps, Dirty Duck, Bobsleigh, all great players. Very high caliber match. I'm also looking at match 4 though, with Radiance, Romelius, Asta, and Limpen. I'll put this for a poll. You know what? I'll put this for a poll. You guys can decide. Which match did we watch? Alright, feel free to vote which match you would want to see in the tournament. Do you want to see Cabbie, Voyager, Toka, Snix, Dunstataffs, Dirty Duck and Bobsleigh, Jake, Ray, Vekisos, Captain Salmon, and Aethel, or Radiance, Romelius, Asta, and Limpen? Type 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the chat. And, well, looks like there's a lot of Match 1 fans. A lot of Match 1 fans in the chat. Alright then. Alright then. Is Limpen the only Swede? No, Cabbie is still in. Yeah, so someone said like how many players are left from each country. Let's see Sweden. Swede count. We have Cabbie and Limpen. The 2 Swedes remaining. Norway has 1, 2, 3 players left. Denmark has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players left. 5 Danes. So 2 Swedes, 3 Norwegians, 5 Danes. Quick maths tell us there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Finnish players left. Finland actually off to the strongest start. 6 Finns left, 5 Danes, 3 Norwegians, 2 Swedes. But if you're a Swede, I would not worry too much because Cabbie was seed number 1 going into this tournament. I might have the standings here that you can see. That if we go back here to Sweden, Cabbie is rank 1 in the qualifier of all the players, with an average ranking of like 2 point something. He had insane rankings. Captain Salmon is still in, Romelius, Toka, and Vekisos, 6, 8, 11, and Bobsleigh. Wait, are there 6 Finns? Did I miss someone in the screenshot? I missed Asta when I was making the screenshot, but I was... Okay, look. I was making this in like the 5-minute countdown before I started the stream. I missed Asta. Asta, I'm so sorry. I was speedrunning this because I had like the intro music. I'm sorry, Asta. that Sweden has Cabbie and Limp in the top 2 seeds. Norway has Voyager Tufts. We lost Christian, but we have Snicks. And Denmark has Radiance Jake Ray, Dunst the Dirty Duck. They lost Kato. Is this correct? Isn't there one more Dane? Aethel, the 30th seed. Still in. Anyways, hi guys. Hello. Welcome to the stream if you're just joining in. We're starting early to get a lot of Trackmania matches to you. We're gonna get on server 1 to watch match number 1 in the next round. Hope you guys are enjoying the tournament so far. We're gonna crown who the best Nordic Trackmania nation is. And we are playing for some prizes sponsored by Corsair. They have provided headsets to the top 4 players. But also, Ubisoft has provided a voucher to the winner of 100 euros. And we are, of course, also playing for the honor and glory of being able to call ourselves the greatest nation in the Nordics. And this matters more than you think. For Nordic players, being able to say, like, our country is better than yours at Trackmania is huge. It is huge. I can't even explain it. It's like, you know, it's like a friendly rivalry, but you can always say, like, yeah, how about that Nordic tournament that you lost to us? Remember that one? You look tired? A little bit tired, but it's all good. So yeah, I think we're about to start. The players are joining the server right now. We actually have all 4 on the server, so if the players are ready, we could get this underway. Ice Map's gonna screw you over, Taps. But then the RPG might get someone else, you know? That's why you should practice everything. Hungover? No. Sleep deprived. Did not get a lot of sleep last night. You did practice? I don't know, Taps. I don't know. I saw your 53.6. It's hard though. You saw me in the 3 AM cup? Yeah. No comment. No comment. Guys, great news. All the players are actually getting ready here. We are only missing a ready check from Voyager and Cabbie, and Cabbie's on a run, so I think we're about to start. No delays, we are going into quarterfinals. Cabbie is just right, go. And go we shall, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get some hype for the quarterfinals of the Nordic tournament. Here we go, and we're starting on Olam. The RPG track is the first one in the match. The players have 1 minute to warm up here, and we are going to check Cabbie here in the warm-up. He is the rank 1 player in the time attack seeding phase of the tournament. Has the best personal best average across all the maps. Let's see how he approaches Olam. Or we could take a look at Voyager, who we saw in the previous match be very solid on this track, where he was able to get a huge point lead. And with that, he could qualify effortlessly through the rest of the maps. Very important to get across that beam, and he really makes it look easy, but I play this map, I could not get across that half the time. I really could not. It is difficult. it is super difficult. So, yeah, it's going to be hard to play this in a live round. Can talk a little bit about the player's strengths. I know Toka is good on ice. I know Snyx is very good on full speed. He's part of the Team Evo, who are notorious, infamous, some might say, in a good way. Infamous in a good way in Trackmania for being great full speed players. So you will see Snyx perhaps bide his time here and wait for the full speed map where he shines. But we are on to round 1 here, and it is Cabbie off to an early lead ahead of Voyager, with Toka and Snyx chasing. We saw Cabbie struggle here in the warm-up. Will he get the jump now? That looks like a small clip, but a low enough jump will get him into first place. 0.3 ahead. And these two are way ahead of the other two, so huge differences. Both get across the beam. Voyager clipping here though, forced to double reset on the checkpoint. And this first round will probably be a Cabbie show. Look at the lead he has now. 2 seconds to Toka, who is in second. Very close to the wall there by Cabbie. See if he can make that risky finish work. Oh, he clips a little bit here. Will he have the necessary speed for this jump now? Cabbie will win the round, and looks like Toka got in second. Voyager takes third. But Snyx is not able to finish here. 17 seconds behind means this will be a minus 15 for Snyx. Too big of a mistake, costing him a lot of points there. And he will not have the greatest start of this match. But once again, I think this match for Snyx depends on getting to the full speed map, and from there, trying to win 4 rounds in a row to gain some ground on the others. Because right now, he is not on his best map. We saw Voyager, though, was able to keep up with Cabbie apart from the small mistake he made. And now Cabbie gives him an opportunity to prove it. Can Voyager challenge Cabbie here and hold first if he doesn't clip, if he makes it across the beam? Good lineup, good turnaround. This time Voyager looks very clean. Cabbie's on his heels, but it is almost a second of a gap here between Voyager and Cabbie. Voyager actually extends now to 1.4. Should be able to hold that. Cabbie, I cannot believe he didn't touch the wall there. Must have been a few pixels on his side there. So we all know if you hit the walls, acceleration penalty kicks in and you're gonna have a bad time. Both figuratively and literally speaking. Great time by Voyager, even personal best in the live match, a 1:10.6. Great performance. Cabbie in second, and Snyx gets third, but this time it is Toka who isn't able to finish, and he will get a minus 15 of his own. Also, a question in chat if these are keyboard players or controller players. I think they are all controller players in this match. Looking at the inputs now to see. Snyx looks a bit like he's keyboard. A bit tappy playstyle. But I know Cabbie is a controller player. Not sure about Voyager and Toka though. Cabbie in the lead this time. A small ramp cut there to reduce airtime. Not really necessary, but it does save time. Just the small optimizations you might go for to get rank 1 qualifier. The roles have been reversed from the previous round. It is Cabbie in the lead with 1 second. It is Voyager chasing. But I think both of these two will be very happy with first and second regardless, as the other two players have made big mistakes. Very low jump there from Cabbie. Will he get the ending good though? Goes for the flip into the finish, and he holds it. Voyager in second. Toka missing the finish. Oh no. But what's happened here? Snyx missed the checkpoint. Snyx finished, but he missed the 180? Oh, you know what happened? No, you know what happened? Snyx did the turnaround on the checkpoint over here, but he must have not crossed the checkpoint line. And he probably didn't realize until the finish. meaning that the run didn't count. That is very unfortunate. Oh, that is so unfortunate to not go high enough there. So I did not expect to see that today, but Snicks then with minus 30 in the first 3 rounds. That's how much that costs. And we see Cabbie and we see Snicks with the big mistakes. Oh no, this is a huge gap and I don't want to say it. I don't want to be the caster to say it. But that looks like another big point loss for Snicks in this matchup. Very difficult map here. This time Toka with a good chance to come back in the match, but no! Toka missing the finish. Cabbie will get second here. Snicks will not be able to finish, and Toka will not be able to finish either. It is disaster. It is disaster on the first map, as so many points have been washed down the drain here. Big gaps forming. But maybe this is like a band-aid, you know? You just want to rip it off quick. For Snicks, we got his worst map out of the way. This is his best map. This is full speed. This is where Snicks can make a comeback. The only question is the mental state Snicks finds himself in. After losing so many points on the RPG, will he be able to... Oh my god, goes for a cheeky speed slide there. Will he be able to come back here on this map? Because full speed is all about building up speed, and you can see Snicks. He went wide for the slide earlier on. Look at his speed now. He is going to disappear into the sunset. Doing what he does best here. Because he just has more speed. But warm-up is still running. 56-7 by Snicks on the first round. Let's see now in the live round. Want to pay attention to Snicks here, who is in a tough spot. 48 points left after map 1. And he clips the wall here on the full speed map, his best map. That is very unfortunate for Snicks. But it leaves a chance for the others to get points where they might not have expected them. Cabbie in a clear first. Toka challenging a little bit. Only 1800s. He has less speed though. And the turnover line does not look any better. This is going to be Cabbie's round here. With another first place. Toka in second. Voyager third. And Snicks fourth. Snicks now falling behind still half the points of the leading players. The top 2 advance. And there's quite a big gap up to Voyager for him to close. But nothing's over yet. Just needs to get in the flow of things here, Snicks, and get a couple of good rounds in. Although already in the start here, he lost a lot of speed. Touched the penalty grass a little bit, had to abandon his speed slide. Cabbie got it near perfect and is 2 tenths ahead of everyone else in first place. But this slide we saw save Snicks a ton of time last time. Can it be the deciding factor for him to come back here? This is not impossible. If you look at the checkpoint splits, he's probably gaining here on every single split. And there is still 20 seconds of driving to the finish line. Here Cabbie is able to defend, but Snicks has a little bit more speed. Getting closer and closer. 1100s, the last wall ride. Will he be able to snipe it? Oh, it's so close. It's so close, but it's a second for Snicks instead of a first. Good round altogether. But this is what full speed players do best. They just build up speed and then they come at you like a freight train. Just with a ton of speed. So really awesome to watch. They make it look so easy, but it's really, really difficult to do these slides properly, to build up enough speed to make that happen. Cabbie with a great, beautiful wall ride. He's had such good starts here, but then in this next section is where we see the difference, where Snyx goes wide for this one slide here into the wall ride, and this is what lets him have the lead in the rounds. But very close here between all 4 players. This could really flip anyone's way. Toka goes very sharp into the turnover, but that costs you speed. So he's temporarily ahead, but now Cabbie will overtake second. Snyx is long gone. He will most likely at first here. And it looks like Cabbie will secure second. So actually pretty important here for Snyx that Cabbie can get the second place and that the other 2 players ahead of him lose the most amount of points. You see Toka now with the -7 is actually down there with Snyx. They're equal in last place here at 31 points. And now he just needs to gain points towards Voyager to try to save himself in the match. Cabbie though very, very dominant. 77 points. So far ahead in the match overall standings. I don't think he's made any really notable mistakes yet, apart from one round on the RPG map. And now in the full speed, he's also showing a great strength here. But of course, Snyx, the full speed specialist. Hard to keep up with him on a map like this, where he really has more experience and better precision for these slides. Looks like there's a close battle for that last spot developing, where Voyager will overtake Toka in the final segment here. And Snyx winning around 56-64 is a great time. Cabbie in second, Voyager third, and Toka fourth. Toka now only 21 points left in the match. Who's the better ice player? Cabbie's pretty good on ice. I think Toka, though, is the ice favorite. If Toka makes it to the ice map, I think he can do some damage. But we will have Sweden. We will have tech. And I'm not sure how this favors Toka. Can you re-explain the format real quick? The players started at 100 points. Every round they lose points. You do not want to hit 0 points. If you hit 0 points, you become a finalist, where if you end up last place in a round, you will be eliminated. So you're really trying to avoid getting knocked out. And the last 2 players standing will advance to the next round. The grand finals later tonight, yes. This is the quarterfinals, then we do semifinals, and then at last we do the grand final. Right around 8 o'clock tonight. There are 4 rounds per map here. So 4 rounds of tech. Toka with 21 points. A second place average would have him just barely survive this without going into finalist. So he really needs to step up here. In the warm-up, he's able to have second. But let's see now. We are on Sweden. Map built by Carlberg. Beautiful yellow and blue themes here. You can even see a map of Sweden as scenery on the map with all the flags and whatnot. But no Swedes in first place. Cabbie makes the first mistake here. And it is actually Toka, when he needs it the most, who steps up in to pole position. 0.2 ahead of Voyager. Very close drift there from Voyager. Very important to build up a lot of speed out of this drift, because you have a long platform section afterwards. But it will still be Toka in first place. Although Voyager goes for a wicked flip through the checkpoint, costing him a ton of time, but perhaps worth it for the show. Cabbie is back in second despite his early mistake. But let's see if Toka can hit this final jump. The risky finish here is very hard to nail. He will get it done and dusted. Cabbie in second. Snyx gets third. And will Voyager finish? 5 seconds left. Safe finish right around the corner. He will get it for a -10. Look at the scoreboard once again. Toka and Snicks are dropping ever closer to 0. Voyager is holding on pretty well, and Cabbie, nothing to worry about for him yet. But made that early mistake here in the previous round, which did ruin his chances a little bit. Let's see how he holds up now. Is usually a very good tech player, Cabbie. Just lining up each drift, getting each apex, setting up each corner. Snicks here looking a little awkward on it. Pretty safe lines, just try not to crash, it looks like. Because now you can sort of see Snicks out of his element. He's very good on full speed, but not a tech player. And you can see it in the splits as well, losing a lot of ground to Toka and Cabbie. Let's have a look at that first and second battle. We talked about Toka needing a second place average. Right now, he could maybe make that a first place average with a good ending to snipe Cabbie here. Will Cabbie hit the jump? He will indeed. So Toka there gets the second place this time, but great times that he's driving. And with this, he should be able to hold on throughout this map. But we see Snicks not finishing, and Snicks dropping to just 7 points left on the scoreboard. The DNF cost 15 points there for Snicks. And now a 3rd or 4th place would put him into finalist as he crashes in the first corner. That might just be sealed already. Snicks here not having the greatest time with that mistake. See Cabbie with a very clean drift there. Turn our attention to Voyager. Has not been able to challenge Toka's pace for a second in the first 2 rounds. Now he is up there, driving as fast as he needs to. Has just a small lead over Toka. But actually, look at this. He's getting closer to Cabbie. Only 0.2 now. To try to snipe first on tech. And he's actually trying to make this happen. A great last drift would do it. Will he risk it? Not quite. Has to hope Cabbie fails it. But Cabbie holds. And Toka holds as well. Great times by all the players here. Great round. But Snicks will lose -10 and drop into finalist. What this means, and I'll explain it one more time here, is that Snicks from this point onward cannot afford to get last place. If he gets 3rd here, he is still in the tournament, in contention for a semi-final spot. But if he gets last in this round, he will be out of the Nordic Cup. So it is do or die for Snicks right now. Needs to just beat 1 player here in the next 40 seconds of driving. But look at that battle up front. They are neck and neck, all 3 players, through these drifts. Voyager, Cabbie, and Toka. Oh, Cabbie though! Was that a wall hit? Can Snicks maybe overtake? He's a little bit behind in order to make that happen. Not quite. Voyager makes a mistake. Snicks has still a chance to save this. But it's very difficult. Probably relies on a finish jump fail from someone. Will it happen? No, they will all jump through clean. And with that, Snicks is the first eliminee from this quarterfinal. GG's to Snicks though. Snicks though, for getting to the quarters, for getting top 32, and for putting up a great fight here in the match. Well played. But the battle continues. 1 more player will be eliminated. Cabbie, Voyager, and Toka are still fighting for it. So we go on to Norway, the dirt track. So let's have a look at this map here. We saw it in the previous round. But we did not see anyone keep the upper gear. Now we see it. All the players had good speed in the warm-up here. And kept that gear up the hill. Want to take a look at Cabbie here, because Cabbie does have some of the best records in the scoreboard. If you take a look at this map, he has the 3rd fastest local record, 3rd fastest personal best. Whereas Voyager has a personal best, which is 0.4 of a second slower. And Toka as well, 56.8 as their personal best. So Cabbie, on paper, is the fastest player. Question is, can he drive that time consistently? Time attack and live races are 2 completely different formats. So we'll see what Cabbie can do here. First live round on Norway. Toka here has to actually win the first round if he doesn't want to drop into finalist mode immediately. And he does hit the wall there on the uphill, costing a second, but most importantly, how does he manage the gear to not lose even more time? Looks like he does it pretty well. But now almost guaranteed that he will be the next finalist mode player. Battle between Cabbie and Voyager to see who stays ahead in the match for first right now. Cabbie with a great line. Voyager pushing with speed though. Getting closer here, Voyager. Trying to make something happen. Look at this. Only a car length between the two as we go up the dirt hill for the ending. Cabbie still with the lead. The inside line here will decide it. Who gets it the best? Cabbie holds that 1 car length lead all the way across the line. But a great race by both. Voyager almost even driving his personal best here with a low 57. So Toka, I mean, looking at these times above him, he knows. You can't hold back anymore. You just gotta go all out. You are a finalist. You cannot afford to lose. If you gotta drive a low 57 to stay in, then now is the time. Does he keep the gear here? Sounded like he dropped it. But Cabbie drops the gear. The worst of the 3 players to fall into last. Giving Toka a chance here. 0.4 between the 2. So now Toka has to just hold that lead. Cabbie is chasing though. He does not want that -7 himself. Could just knock out Toka here and get it over with himself with a great ending. But not getting any closer, and this should be Toka safe for at least 1 more round. Who will win the fight for first? It looks like Voyager here will hold strong. With a 56.89, almost a personal best from Voyager. Toka 57.35 in second. And though it says -5, that is enough to stay alive in the match. And Cabbie takes a big -7 here. So that's 1 round survived. Now what Toka needs to do is survive enough rounds like this that either Voyager or Cabbie becomes finalists themselves and then lose. So he has to make a heroic comeback here. But he has gotten the first round in. Now finds himself in last. But not too far behind that he cannot catch back up. It's only 0.3 of a second. But I'm sure he knows it. I'm sure he's feeling the pressure. 0.3. Almost hits the wall. Tries to push for speed. Down the hill they go now. Towards the ending, the difference remains. Toka, this is probably the last chance you have to make it happen. Gotta go all in now. Full send the last 2 corners, but no. It will not be enough. Great times by the top 2 players. Cabbie with a 56.6. Voyager with a 57.0. And despite a great time by Toka, he will be eliminated from the tournament in 3rd in this match. GG's. So at this point, we now have the battle for the seed here. 1st and 2nd seed. If you get a winner seed, that means you are not facing the winners of the other match. So it is favorable to be seed 1. Voyager versus Cabbie for that spot. Cabbie with a huge lead in points. But Voyager has been driving really solid here on this map. Not made a single mistake yet. Whereas Cabbie's had some issues with the gears. Voyager has the lead into this round. But Cabbie is just coming a bit closer with more speed. And he's reeling him in. Better line there, just using more space on the track. The less you steer on dirt, the better. The more speed you build up. Will he be able to snipe this one in the ending? Oh, Voyager hits the wall. And that will be Cabbie winning that round. I think Voyager now has to opt for the safe finish to get the -5 himself. Cabbie just 2 wins away from closing this out. Going on to the next map. So the question is, do you guys want to watch the battle for the seed? Or do you want to watch another match? Because there are still elimination matches being played simultaneously. So we could hop into another one. This looks like Cabbie will win it, just based on huge point advantage. So I think we're gonna hop into match number 2, which we looked at. I think it was the second most voted. And see how it ends here. Because both Cabbie and Voyager are advanced. They're guaranteed a spot. But if we look at this, yeah, look at this. There's 2 finalists. Dirty Duck and Wolfley are finalists. But they're winning the rounds on ice because they're better ice players. And Tefs and Dunst are eating huge minuses. Let's get a full... Tefs with a -15. It's a triple finalist situation. Oh, okay. So look, I think I'm glad we swapped servers because this is intense. We are going on to another map here. Dunst is still with 16 points to spare. But for the others, this is like sudden death. What an insanely close match this is. Okay, triple finalist round. But instead of trying to win, the point is don't lose. They have 1 minute to warm up here on Norway, the dirt track. And I have to say Dunsta is a favorite on this. Dunsta is so good on dirt tracks. Just using the space, driving clean lines, getting the gears. He really excels at this. It is probably his best map in the map pack, stylistically. But the pressure here gets to everyone. Maybe it gets to Dunsta too. We'll see if he can hold that first. If Dunsta gets 4th twice, it will be a 4-way finalist. It could be a 4-way finalist, but all the players would have to beat Dunsta on dirt. Which is a tall order. It's a very tall order. Tefs manages here in the warm-up though. But good luck to all the players. This is a tough round. Most likely one player will be eliminated in this very round right here. Dunsta, the only player with points left. The others are facing death's door here in the tournament. Who will get the best gear management through the first quarter here? Very important. Looks like Dirty Duck gets the worst of it, losing a bit of ground. Wolfley has to release to save his line here. Also losing a lot of ground, and it is actually Dunsta up in first, which means more likely than not, this is the battle for survival. Dirty Duck versus Wolfley versus Tefs to stay alive here. Dirty Duck has the upper hand into the final 3 corners. Wolfley has to make a push now to stay alive in the tournament for himself. For Finland, gets good speed towards the last corner, makes the difference almost nothing, just a car length. Can he get more speed? No, he cannot. It will be Dirty Duck to close that one out. And Wolfley is eliminated here in a very, very close round. GG's. But it is not over yet here because we still have 2 finalists and Dunsta here battling. Dirty Duck almost hitting the wall. But he survives and he almost gets the upper gear. Dunsta gets that upper gear though. And with that lead, the 0.3, 0.4 saved, that it saves, we now have perhaps the final spot being decided. Dirty Duck versus Tafts, Denmark versus Norway. Who will hold on here? Tafts hitting the outside wall. Dirty Duck has this in his hands now. Just needs to avoid crashing himself. And this will be his spot. Very unfortunate for Tafts. Can Dirty Duck hold on under the pressure? 2 corners remain for a double Danish advancement in this match, and they will get it. Dunsta and Dirty Duck are both advancing. And Kem is saying Duck was actually the first to get into finalist. So Dirty Duck lost the most points, but still managed to win the match. Clutching it on the ice track. Now then, can he beat his countryman Dunsta for that seeding spot? Loses the gear here. Dunsta will get the same lead he's had in all these rounds from managing properly. Dirty Duck with a big jump, losing more ground, and Dunsta might be able to run away with this. The lines are so clean, so refined. Does not even look like he is risking right now. This is just his comfortable stroll in the park pace on this map. Looks very effortless when it is so calculated. He even says GG here, so Dirty Duck does surrender. But a 56.97 from Dunsta, it is a GG. Now we will quickly hop in and see if any of the other matches are still underway. We were especially looking at match 4. Just gonna check in here. To see how it's going. Rumeli's is out in 4th. Looks like actually this match is decided. Where Radiance wins. Or am I wrong? I think Radiance won here. Yeah, ahead of Rumeli's. Match 3. Match 3 coming up. If it's not already decided, we don't know. Oh, it looks like they're still driving. Triple finalist. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. What's happened here? Aethel is out. But there's a triple finalist between Vekisos, Jake Ray, and Captain Salmon. And they are going on to the dirt map. This is still a warm-up. So no need to get too excited yet. But oh my god. 3 finalists. This will be 1 round to decide the final spot here. A single round on this map. Between Wacky Sauce, Jake Ray, and Salmon. Let's see the personal best. Jake Ray with a world record right now. Captain Salmon with a 56.9. And Wacky Sauce. Am I missing him? I do not see Wacky Sauce on the rankings. But let's get into the round. He was 15th, so also a really good personal best from Wacky Sauce. Here we go. The 3 players are racing now. The upper gear we saw Dunsta get here saved him so many times. Jake Ray hits the wall. Will he have enough speed for the jump to make it onto the next platform? Okay, he still makes the jump. But he gets an awkward gear here, and the difference is 1 full second up to the 2 fins. Right ahead. Can he make this happen in the last corners of the map? He would need to see 1 mistake from them to make it possible. Captain Salmon and Wacky Sauce looking safe here to advance. Just 1 more corner to go. And they will secure their spots in the semifinals. And they will do that indeed. Finland gets the sweep on Denmark in this match, with 2 of them advancing. And unfortunate for Jake Ray to crash that last round. Now we'll see the battle, though, for who gets seed 1, who gets seed 2. A 1 versus 1 between the two countrymen here, Salmon and Vacuum Sauce. Jakery went for the upper gear here, tries to go very close across the white on the inside, but did not make that work. And huge lead here from Salmon. I think Vacuum Sauce, oh, that is a big mistake. He hit the wall at first, and then he hit another wall. Not too bad for Vacuum Sauce, though, as he will, with this, presumably still get second, getting into the semis, but he might have to face tougher competition with that. So let's see if Salmon can hold this. Should be just a walk in the park to the finish line. There it is. Salmon wins this quarterfinal ahead of Vacuum Sauce, ahead of Jakery and Ethel. GG's. And that should be all the quarterfinals decided. I'll have a look at the rankings for you guys and see how it now looks. And then we'll see when the next round is to be played. If players are ready, we could go a bit ahead of schedule. Because we do have quite a lot of time here, I think. That only depends on when they are ready to play. But let's take a look. We started with 32 players. Now we are here in the semifinals. Semifinal 1 is Cabbie, Dunsta, Vacuum Sauce, and Remelius. Semifinal 2 is Radiance, Salmon, Dirty Duck, and Voyager. And there are still 3 Finnish players. There's still 3 Danes, 1 Norwegian and 1 Swede. Voyager is the only Norwegian. Cabbie is the only Swede. 3 Danes being Dunsta and Radiance and Dirty Duck. And then you have Vacuum Sauce, Remelius, and Salmon from Finland. Also note that these are not played simultaneously anymore. These are 2 unique matches. So if the players in semifinal 1 want to kick things off immediately, then we can. Looking at the time here, you see we have about 24 minutes, but we'll hear with them what they think. I think, you know, if they're ready, we can start. Also, hello. I don't have the face cam on during the matches because I like to focus on the gameplay and like pro matches and whatnot, but hello, welcome to the stream. If you are enjoying this, it's really awesome. I want to thank Ubisoft Nordic for reaching out to us with this proposition of hosting a Nordic tournament. And also Corsair for sponsoring the prizes. Very cool from Corsair to sponsor headsets to the top 4 players. So thanks to both of those entities. But yeah, how are you guys doing? Are you guys enjoying this? I really myself want to host more events like this. Not just Nordic players, but like more events in general, more cups, if you will. I think this format with having the finalists at the end is pretty exciting. It's a bit different, bit new. Rename finalists to at risk. Yeah, I think the role might need a rename because right now we call it reverse finalist mode, which might be confusing to some. That it's because you think about finalists as a positive thing generally, but now it's reverse finalists, which is a little bit more confusing. So yeah. Now hearing with the admins if we're ready to start. Because I myself would also love to just see the matches. I want to get back in. 1 week left for the new campaign tracks? Yeah. What keyboard switches do I have? I honestly don't know. I have a Wu-Ting Lecker something analog keyboard. But I don't know what the switches are. Show keyboard? No. No, thank you. I'm good. Is it a one-day tournament? Yes, it is. The finals will be played tonight. Also, I quickly have to check if... You see, earlier on the stream, I showed my my proud bobsleigh world record. Now, I know there are other bobsleigh nerds out there. I'm just curious if it took them 1 hour to beat me. It did. It took them 1 hour. This record stood for 7 months. I brag about it on Twitter, and then 3 hours later, he comes in like, yo, why couldn't you just play this map yourself? Why do you have to wait for me to play it, Mata? It's like, oh, now I gotta play it because Wirtual played it. Unbelievable. I'm just gonna stop bragging. I'm just gonna stop being proud. Or I'm just gonna take it back in my own time. Because this means war. Wirtual in shambles. I'll take that back at some point. I believe I have the bobsleigh skills necessary. Second is pretty good. I mean, yes, but it's cooler to be the best. I mean, second is not... You're the second best in the world at something. But everyone knows the best one. Everyone remembers Usain Bolt, who's the second best sprinter in the world. You know Usain Bolt, but who's the second? It's all of you guys? Oh, okay. I see. Alright. Okay, I see. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know you guys were so good at sprinting. Your actual pog in sprinting? I believe you. We do have the players joining the server. I get so throwbacks from this, man. Back in like 2015, 2014. Watching Frostbuel, Swedish caster, catch like the World Cups and stuff. And this tune is just jamming in the background. Very old school. And then if you have like in-game with like shots like these, it's a throwback. It's such a throwback. Can we get a prediction? Wait, let's see the players. We of course have Cabbie, Radiance, and then we have... no, Radiance I think is on the wrong server. We have Cabbie, Dunsta, Vecusauce, and Romelius. Radiance is spectating. Ah, I see. Okay. Change title. Thank you. I will do that. All right. I think Radiance is very impressed here with Cabbie's pace on this map. We saw Cabbie go on a tear on this. How are the maps chosen for the cup? These maps were built specifically for the cup. And the cool thing about these maps is like, Every single map tries to represent one Nordic part. So this map represents the Olam Islands in between Finland and Sweden. With Olam themes. It's not actually a country, it's a territory. But we have 5 countries represented as well. There's a Denmark map, a Norway map, Sweden map, Finland map, and Iceland map. Pretty scenic though. Like, you can make some great like storytelling here. In Trackmania 2020, players have argued for years which Nordic country is the best one in the game. But recently, they took to a tournament to find it out. On the 25th of September 2021, the largest Nordic Trackmania competition in Trackmania history was hosted. And in the first semi-final, something truly spectacular happened. And then we have to see what actually happened. Because we don't know yet, because it hasn't started. It's about to start though. Very hype. The match, guys, is queued to start at 6. But if the players are ready before that, we start before that. But just know, like, the players are not late. It's we who are actually early for this one. Also, the people wondering like why Olam was chosen instead of Faroe Islands or the John Mayen Islands or I don't know, Greenland. It's because one of the mappers actually is from Olam. One of the map builders from Waypoint Mapping that built all these great maps is from the Olam Islands. So they wanted to have it represented. Is this a mini RPG? It is. It is an RPG track. So RPG just means obstacle. This is... Throughout the tournament, this has been the hardest track. We've seen players lose like so many points here. Because if you don't finish in time, you lose 15 points. Vekisauce joins the server. 2 out of 4 players have joined. Do you guys want a quick recap of the format? Talk about it. The ice map is called Iceland, which is mostly just a funny pun. Because it's an ice land. You get it. You get it. Here is the format. This is reverse cup mode. It's a new format that we've started using in Trackmania. I think it's really cool. The way it works is that the players start at 100 points each, and they lose points after each round. First place gets -2, second -5, third gets -7, fourth gets -10. And if you don't finish, do not finish, DNF is -15. So you obviously want to avoid losing points here. You want to lose as few points as possible. If you get first, you lose only 2 points. And when you hit 0 points, you become a finalist. This probably needs a better name. It's called finalist now, but what it means is at risk. If you lose all your points and you have none left, you're a finalist. And then if you lose a round as a finalist, you are eliminated from the tournament. You're just out. And the winners are the last 2 players standing in each match. So what that means is, yeah, don't lose. It's played just like any other Trackmania tournament. You play rounds. Just don't lose and you're fine. And then in the final, the winner is obviously the last standing player. And the good thing about this format compared to normal finalist mode is in normal finalist, it's opposite. you start at 0 and you gain points up to 100. But the problem with that is when you hit 100, you as the player doing well is put a lot under pressure. Whereas in this format, the players who are doing poorly are the ones put under pressure. Like, you get to 100 and then you have to win the last round to close it out. Like, that has always been the problem with finalist mode. It's exciting, but this sort of is more fair to the player playing well, I think. But I don't know. It's nuances. It also depends on how it's received, what people think of spectating it, etc., etc. So we have Romelius, we have Dunst, we have Cabbie. Ready? If the players are ready, we can start the next round already, guys. The first semi-final. Oh, thank you for pointing out my mistake in the title here. It's Romelius, the 4th player. There we go. Fixed. Fixed. Okay, okay. All the players have written ready. So we are ready here in the caster booth to time to step up the energy a little bit, because I myself am getting a lot more hype for this. It is the semi-finals of the Nordic tournament. We have Dunsta, Cabbie, Romelius, and Vekisauce. We started with 32 players, we have 8 left. These are 4 of them. 2 of these players will advance to the grand finals happening later tonight. Now we'll find out who that is. Cabbie, the seed 1 player going into this tournament with the best rankings across all the maps, is in this match. We have Dunsta, who was seed 2 going in. And then we have Romelius and Vekisauce, so I think we're between 5th and 15th seed. So very good players here. They have gone all the way here. Now just 2 matches away from lifting the trophy, so to speak. So 8 seconds left of the warm-up here. We're starting on the most difficult map, the mini RPG track. Cabbie has the world record here, but this is a lot more about consistency than it is about what your theoretical best pace is. Here we go into the first round. Dunsta, Romelius, Cabbie, and Vekisauce. We see Dunsta going for a very wide approach here to get enough speed for the first jump in between the triangle. Now here, important to build up a lot of speed. Oh god. Dunsta going right on the edge of the block, but manages to stay on the track. First really big obstacle will be this quarter pipe jump from one side to the other. Does Dunsta go too low here? No, he has it under control. And we'll fight Cabbie for that first place. Second big obstacle is coming up now. The huge balancing beam where you have to get across without clipping. Both top 2 players will get that. And the others are actually following suit. This is a very close round. The closest one that we've had on this map all tournament long. Dunsta and Cabbie still very far in front on raw pace though, but 4 survivors so far. Let's see how the ending goes. Nothing's decided here yet until you flip through that finish. Cabbie going for a low line will have less speed, but does he make it to the risky finish? Oh, it's such a close round. But he snipes the first place from Dunsta with 1600ths of a second. Great race by the players there. Want to remind you guys that the world record on this track is only half a second faster by Cabbie. Just about. So really, really close round there. Cabbie took the risk with the low line and it paid off. Losing only 2 points there. We had Romelius in 3rd and Vekisauce in 4th. Next round up. We see Romelius making a small mistake there, I think, dropping down to 4th. We once again see Cabbie and Dunsta with the early leads. Vekisauce has to adapt his line here to get through. He will make that work. Now the quarter pipe jump. Oh, Dunsta does that low jump really well, but he clips. Has to respawn. And if that time loss is big, it could mean a did not finish. round for him. Losing 15 points. Vecchi Sauce, oh, makes the jump up to the checkpoint at least. At the very least, he gets to the checkpoint. And the time loss will be diminished, but Cabbie here. 3-second lead in the round. This is all decided for him. Now it's just about the others. Can they survive? Dunstas 13 seconds behind. Romelius, or Vecchi Sauce, sorry, is way behind himself. So this is a Cabbie show. And if he can make the others here lose 15 points each, that would be a huge start for him. But Cabbie respawns himself. Is it going to be Vecchi Sauce winning this one or Romelius? Romelius wins the round. Cabbie will get second here. Vecchi Sauce will get third. And Dunsta will maybe not finish. 8 seconds left. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh no. Minus 15 for Dunsta. He was like half a second away from getting that one in. Very unfortunate. But quite the chaotic round, and it shows just how difficult this map is. Like, just driving this, surviving without mistakes is very difficult. And then they also try to drive it fast to beat their opponents, which is even more difficult. So, I could not drive this, but consistent myself. It is really cool to see players that can. And now in this round, we see Romelius off to a great start, beating Dunsta and Cabbie in the first 30 seconds. The beam, though, claims no victims this time. Great save by Dunsta to stay alive in that. And look at that battle. Up front, close between Romelius and Cabbie. Just a few hundredths as they go across these island jumps. Now setting up for the grass. You want to go very close to that red pillar to push for speed. If you dare. Can Dunsta even make a little bit of comeback? He's getting closer. It's a three-way fight for first. Dunsta going super high for the speed here. Will it pay off? Cabbie flipping into the finish. No, it will not pay off for Dunsta at all. Loses time with that. Cabbie first, Romelius second, Dunsta third, and Vecchi Sauce in fourth. But all four players here with very respectable times, and even a personal best for Romelius there in second. Personal best time. Cabbie, though, in the lead in this match. Romelius second. Dunsta and Vecchi Sauce tied for third right now. So there's 4 rounds per map. We have 1 more to go here. On the most difficult map. I'm not really even sure who this map favors in this field. We know Dunsta loves the dirt map. And apart from that, we haven't really seen anyone excel too hard at a single map from this field. Dunsta going up into first, across the beam. Oh, very close from failing that. He did not have the lineup, but he makes a last-second adjustment to stay on that balancing beam. To stay alive in the fight for first. The difference is 0.2 of a second. See if he can go close to the red pole here. Try to get the speed onto the road. Oh no, that's almost a backflip. Will stay alive, but lets the 2 Finland players overtake him. This is low speed for Cabbie. This is very low speed. He compensates with a high flip, and he barely slides across the line. Cabbie will win another round on Olam. Off to a great start. Romelius second, Vecchi Sauce third, and Dunsta in fourth. Cabbie was a couple of pixels there from falling off and failing. Just a couple of pixels. Very, very close. And now we are going on to Sweden, built by Carlberg. A tech map in yellow and blue colors. Looks very nice from an overview with the color theme. This one is, of course, based on Swedish colors. Even a cool map of Sweden as scenery. All the maps have a actual map of the country that it's representing. So on the Swedish map here, on home turf, let's say, in the lead, can Cabbie defend his first place in this match? Let's find out. Also just looking to see here how the other players stack up on tech. We know Dunsta can be very, very good on this, as he had a spot in Trackmania Grand League. The very first season of Trackmania Grand League, Dunsta was the Nordic representative. Back then, he won against all the other Nordic players from Norway, from Sweden, from Denmark to claim that regional spot. Now, no longer in the league, but still has very high skill level on all the styles like you needed to be in that tournament. Here we go. First of 4 rounds on Sweden. Let's see who does the best here. Veki Sauce, very unfortunate. Crashing the first corner. Will not get to have a say in this round at all with that. And it's now 3 players left to battle. Apart from that, this drift here is very important. It sets up a chain of other drifts. You want to get a lot of speed here. Jump out wide on the platform and push for speed here again. Then just a quick brake tap to go up the hill and a quick follow-up slide through the sausage block before you drive down the platform. Try to build a lot of speed here. Cabbie will actually get closer to Dunsta with this. 0.16. They're both driving very fast here. Cabbie with the upper gear will actually overtake first temporarily. Can Dunsta reclaim that spot now? 0.18. Last drift, last jump to sides. Cabbie going wide for the speed. He will have it here. Does he aim the finish jump? Gets it. 105.22. Great winning time there from Cabbie. Dunsta in second. Remelius in third. Will Veki Sauce finish here? Gets the jump in. Gets only -10 here instead of the -15. But with that, Dunsta will climb himself up from the bottom spot in the match at 58 points now to Veki Sauce's 56. Next round up, Veki Sauce made a mistake here in the first corner. Manages to avoid that this time. And does have a chance at least to make something happen. Bit unsteady on the release in that turn. And tech is a lot about commitment. About just braking enough going into the turn and sending it full speed out of the turn. And if you always have to release the exits of turns, if you always hesitate on the exit, then that will just cost you more and more time. This is really what separates the best tech players from the good tech players. How much they hesitate, how much it's just one movement, you drift once and then you send it. One full turn movement to get through. Dunsta here in clear first, 0.8 of a second down to Remelius and Cabbie. Maybe Cabbie can have a shot at the second place here. Tries to go for an inside line, might not have the speed for the risky finish. Now Remelius misses, and Cabbie will actually get that, but Veki Sauce, I think, went for the safe finish. So now Remelius will finish in last. -10 for him, -2 for Dunsta. Dunsta's making a bit of a comeback here on the scoreboard. Climbing back up after he lost 15 on the mini RPG map. He was far behind, now he finds himself middle of the pack just about. And we see that this probably isn't Veki Sauce's best map. He's struggling to keep the pace here with the others. Remelius with a no slide there will join him here in the bottom. It is Dunsta versus Cabbie. The top two fighting it out here. They were the top 2 seeds going into the tournament, and they're showing why. They're able to drive this pace consistently, and the other two really cannot keep up at all. So Dunsta versus Cabbie for this first place. See who will get this. Cabbie with a great inside approach to overtake first temporarily. Dunsta's not done yet though. Challenges, but Cabbie extends the lead. Last turn, last jump. Both have great speed, both have the aim. Cabbie will win with a 105.3 and 105.43 from Dunsta in second. Great race by both. And these times they're driving, if we have a look at the rankings, world record right now, 104.8 by Jake Race. So about half a second away from the world record in a live race, in a semi-final. is a really good time by both players. Now we have the final round on Sweden. And Dunsta had a very awkward first drift there. You really could tell that it was not what he was going for. And now he has to try to make a comeback. He's been able to beat the two Finnish players here consistently in every single round. And now he just quickly maneuvers past them as if it's nothing in this round as well. Better lines, but Vekisauce tries now to hold on. Cabbie has a lead of over half a second, so he is really looking to just march down for another win in a round. And we see the same pattern here. Cabbie and Dunsta up ahead. Remelius and Vekisauce battling for the bottom two positions. Dunsta here with a win could actually get up to second place overall. But Cabbie is looking unmatched right now. Really nobody able to challenge this pace. And Cabbie will win another round on Sweden for another -2. He hasn't even lost points almost in the match so far. Losing 22 points in the first 8 rounds. Great performance by Cabbie here. Looking poised for a final if this continues. Now we're going on to Norway. The dirt map in the map pack. And I would dare say Dunsta's strongest map here. I have not seen Remelius play this, so I don't know his pace, but if we have a look at the rankings, which is usually a good pace indicator, Remelius has the 5th place local time, Dunsta has the 2nd place local time, Cabbie's 3rd, and Vekisauce is 15th. So on raw pace here, Vekisauce seems to be the underdog. The other 3 are very close in pace. But we saw Dunsta able to drive like 56, 57 low, make it look effortless. If challenged, he might be able to step it up even more. But in this warm-up, he is already just miles ahead. So the players are talking about a gear here, and what they're talking about is the very first uphill. They're gonna drop down here and then try to keep the car in the upper gear all the way up the hill. As we see, Dunsta made a mistake early. Cabbie actually kept the gear. Cabbie is gonna be so far ahead here. With that gear, he's just gonna extend his lead. And Dunsta, despite the early mistake, you can hear his engine. There is an engine getting closer and closer in my speakers. And it is that green car appearing in the frame of a very fast Danish dirt player that will now overtake Vekisauce here. Different lines coming through, but a very close battle up front between Remelius and Cabbie. Cabbie with a slight lead, only 300ths. He's won nearly every round so far. Can Remelius finally challenge? Inside approach from Remelius, maybe more speed. Oh, this is going to be so close for the finish line. Remelius will take it with 1/100th of a second. A great snipe there with the inside approach. Really went all in for that. And he makes it worth it. -2 instead of -5. And manages to keep that second place on the match. Looking for the final spot. The top to advance here. He's holding that gap down to Dunsta for now. Now, once again, the upper gear. Can they get it? Cabbie drops the gear. Oh, and he drops the gear just before the jump, but he's fine. And where did Dunsta go here? Dunsta dropping a little bit, but what a close race we have. All 4 players with the same gear mistake, meaning it's a dead even race for that first place. Remelius, Cabbie, and Dunsta all so fast here on paper. Now they have to do it in a live round when it matters most, side by side into the downhill dirt turn before we go into the ending uphill. Who is going to get the most speed here? It's the finest of details and the tiniest things that matter, or maybe just not hitting the poles, like Cabbie flying off the track there. Will be his first -10, I think. It's going to be Dunsta winning. Vekisauce in second. Remalius third. And Cabbie, who tried to push for first, will end up in last instead. But that is okay for Cabbie. It's his first -10 if you look at the scoreboard. He can handle a loss. He's still in first by miles. The one thing to notice here is Vecchisaus with just 14 points left on the scoreboard. When he hits 0, it will be do or die for him. He will have to avoid losing more rounds or else he will be eliminated. That is how this format works. Once your point total drops all the way to 0, you can no longer afford to lose a round. So he is getting more and more desperate here to stay ahead, to avoid taking the point loss. Cabbie in last here after an unfortunate first gear has managed to pass Remalius, is sensing the possibility of overtaking Vecchisaus here with a good end. But Dunsta, I think, is a bit too far to do anything with. Or maybe Vecchisaus here can even challenge Dunsta. It's not too unlikely. Only 0.3 of a second. Dunsta looks to hold that strong though, and the positions are locked in. Dunsta first, Vecchi second, Cabbie third, Remalius fourth. And a new personal best by Vecchisaus. When it matters most, he only has 14 points left to spare. He makes a personal best to avoid taking bigger losses. Valiant effort by the Finnish player to stay alive. 9 points left to work with now. As we go into the next round here, I think Vecchisaus might have a huge chance if we are to get to the ice map. I think that might be the ticket he's waiting for. Just has to try to hold on throughout the dirt track. Dunsta hits the wall here, meaning that it's going to be probably him in last, although this is not a gap that Dunsta can't close. 0.4, I thought the difference would be bigger, but this is not over yet. Dunsta has the pace to make this comeback happen. Look at the gap he's closing already. More speed across that entire straight. More speed across here into the drop. Remalius leading the charge. Cabbie right on his heels. They're going up like a Tonga train up the hill. Who's gonna win? Will Dunsta snipe 1, maybe 2? It's gonna be so close. It's Remalius winning. Cabbie second, Vecchisaus third, and Dunsta just a few thousandths behind Vecchisaus for fourth. Tonga line, not Tonga train. Those are fun. I haven't done one in a while. But we survived the dirt map. We're going into Denmark Speed Tech. The Legoland roller coaster looking map. Built by Kaisla. And beautiful red and white scenery with some nice autumn trees. This is gonna be fun. Overall check on the scoreboard. Cabbie in first, Remalius second, Dunsta third, and Vecchisaus with just 2 points left. Which means for Vecchisaus, no matter how this next round goes, he has nothing to lose. He can try to just risk it for a first place and try to deny the others. Conga, oh, it's a conga line, not a Tonga line. Okay. A conga line, yes. Cabbie is very fast here. Yeah, Cabbie excels on tech. He's clean. He is consistent. The upper gear end, I haven't seen this. Wow. This end line from Cabbie, if the others aren't doing that, the upper gear line through this turn here, he will save so much time. We'll see how it goes, but the more you can drive in upper gear on tech, the better. Same for dirt. So up gear start here from Cabbie, whereas Vecchisaus here has lower gear. So he will now lose some ground. Cabbie though hits the wall. And hitting walls on tech is not favorable. That's going to be a huge time loss. +2 for him. Putting him out of the fight for first, but that is a very close fight going on right now. Remalius and Dunsta side by side through these turns. Let's have a look at Remalius' point of view. See how he holds up. Goes wide here. Keeps a lot of speed for the huge drop into the checkpoint. Lands sideways with the air brake. push for speed. It's 0.2. Will he keep that upper gear high line? Not as high as Cabbie. He pushes. Is it gonna hold? He will get the upper gear. But Dunsta is far. And Dunsta has more speed. Dunsta has the lineup. And Dunsta will win the first round on Denmark. Losing only 2 points. Rumeli's in second. Vekisov's third. And Cabbie in fourth. So Cabbie takes another -10 here. His lead is shrinking. As Vekisov now enters finalist. Or as we say, at risk. For Vekisov now, he has to avoid losing the round. He can get second, he can get third, he can get first, but he cannot get last, or else he is out of the tournament. Out of contention for the finals, and he hits the wall in the decisive round. Vekisov with a huge gap now up to the third place player. This is desperation hour. As he now just has to hope for a huge mistake by one of the players. It could happen. Most notably on the drop down coming up after this turn. A mistake here would cost a lot of time if it were made. Cabbie gets through clean. Dunsta gets through clean. Rumelius as well. And Cabbie is actually just extending here. Goes high up on the road here. Look at this line from Cabbie. The difference was 0.3 of a second. And with that line, Cabbie will extend to about 0.6, I think. 0.7. Does he get the finish in? They all do. And Cabbie will win that round. Dunstan second. Rumelius third. And Vekisov, valiant effort, but he is eliminated from the tournament. GG's for Vekisov in fourth. Getting to the semifinals though, becoming effectively the 7th or 8th best Nordic player. Certainly nothing to scoff at. Great effort. Great gameplay by Vekisov. But now the top 3. One more player will be eliminated. And 2 will advance to the grand final happening later tonight. Let's see how this goes down. Cabbie with a huge bonk. And if Cabbie keeps making these mistakes, then, well, surely he can't get too comfortable. He has had a big lead all match, but Rumelius and Dunsta with more consistency have actually managed to shrink this gap. It was 30-40 points, now it's going to be closer to 15 points. Dunsta with a huge lead should be able to win this round. Rumelius having to release here a lot, but I don't think Cabbie has a chance at the second place. It would take a big mistake, and it will not happen. Dunsta in first, Rumelius second, Cabbie in third with the -7. (32, 16, 12) is the scoreline as we go into the last round on Denmark. And a bit of an update here on the maps that have been played. The only 2 maps that we have not seen so far in this match is full speed and ice. And one of those, or maybe both of those, will be the deciding maps in this match now. So it will not end on tech. And this is where it gets very spicy, because full speed and ice are 2 very distinct Trackmania styles. Like, they're different from just normal driving. You have to know what you're doing on those styles, and there can be huge differences between player skill levels on them. Rumelius with a big mistake will probably get the -7 here between Cabbie and Dunsta for this -2 that they both want. But I don't think Dunsta has a chance if he doesn't hit Cabbie's line here. The high speed upper gear line is just so powerful in the end. And Cabbie's gonna extend. How about half a second gain there in that one turn? 104.07. Cabbie will win another round here on Denmark with a great time. So let's see it then. Will it be the ice map? Will it be the full speeder? What will perhaps be our decider map in this match? Well. We're going to Iceland, baby. We're going to Iceland, the land of ice. The ice track might be the decider. People are saying GG in chat. Think we should have a checkup on the personal best rankings here. Cabbie with a 50.2 personal best. We have Dunsta with a 51.4 personal best. About 1 second slower. And Remelius, who I'm trying to look for now, not seeing him in the rankings. Here with a 51.7. So Cabbie the fastest one on paper, but ice is so much about consistency. You can get one lucky ice run where you don't slide out, but in order to drive well on ice in a match, you need to know what you're doing. You need to know how to keep the gears, how to avoid the gear downs from making you slide out. You need to know everything. And we will see how these players handle it. Map built by Anisato from Waypoint Mapping. Here we go. First round on Iceland. Remelius with 5 points left needs the first place here in order to avoid the finalist mode. Dunsta with 11, Cabbie with 30 still. Let's see it here. Remelius going wide. Not the greatest line. He will have the speed and a good setup for the next one. Remelius here actually getting a little closer, but Cabbie's on a great run so far. 1.3 seconds ahead of the other two. And we saw that in the personal best, but he's showing it here in the live round. This downhill can be very scary. You need a perfect 90-degree angle here to avoid the slide out. Remelius actually gets it, and Dunsta overtakes second. Will Cabbie hold the last turn? Dunsta even over-angling here. There could be a snipe on the inside, but no, he holds. Dunsta the fence. And Remelius goes into finalist. Remelius, the first, or well, second finalist in this match. Risking elimination. A few rounds away from the grand final. He would have to beat Dunsta here on ice to make it happen. Maybe even Cabbie. Just a few more times. These are so decisive now. He gets off to a great start. Last time he over-angled here. Now it's looking a lot better for Remelius. Very early setup. Oh, he has to abandon the ice slide. Does not get into it again and will get overtaken. In third place now. That gap to Dunsta is building. He cannot get last here. He has to beat at least one player to stay alive. Has to hold that ice slide. He does. This downhill is so important now to get the correct angle, and Dunsta slides out, giving Remelius the opportunity to stay alive. 2 corners to go for Remelius. Will he hold that? Remelius is sliding out. Dunsta sliding out again. Remelius holds. It looks like Cabbie's in another league, but Remelius will stay alive. And Dunsta drops into finalist, this double finalist situation, with Cabbie at 26 points. And knowing how Cabbie is driving this, I think we can say we will have our 2 grand finalists after this round right here. It really is Remelius versus Dunsta now for survival on ice here. Cabbie's looking unstoppable. Remelius off to a better start. But he goes very high up here. Dunsta with an awkward line. Oh, Dunsta over angles. Abandons it quickly to not hit the wall, but the gap that he's left is 2 seconds wide. Up to Remelius. Remelius can make the comeback here from being down in finalist mode to knock out Dunsta. Might hit the checkpoint. He avoids it. Will he hit the wall? Might avoid it. Where's Dunsta? Dunsta will overtake him with an ice slide. Can Dunsta get the last corner right here into the finish? He will. And Remelius almost had it 2 corners from the finish line. But Dunsta makes the comeback happen and knocks out Remelius. GG's. Very unfortunate there. But pretty much an unsavable respawn with the line he had. Too much on the inside. And Remelius will be knocked out. Now then, let's see it. Cabbie versus Dunsta on Iceland. Cabbie has been looking so solid here. Let's see how he drives it. Again, same as on tech, this is about commitment. It's about knowing what lines you can commit to. Cabbie here, very comfortable on this track, very comfortable with the ice slides. Just sets up each one, adapts if he needs to. But it's a lot smoother than what we've seen from Dunsta so far. Although now, Dunsta's actually very close here. Gets a great angle here too. Can he get the good downhill? Oh, that's an over angle. Dunsta might slide out. He will indeed. And Cabbie just extends ahead now. Follows the corner all the way through. And Cabbie will win semi-final number 1 in great style. GG. Dunsta getting second. We had Romali's in third and Vekisauce in fourth. So Dunsta gets another shot here in the finals. Semi-final 1 concluded. Oh boy, that is intense. Very, very intense. Cabbie was driving consistent 50s, only 151. Yeah, he's scary on this map. I think he is, safe to say, the best ice player. Oh no, you have Captain Salmon in the other matchup. How did semifinal 2 go? So with the semifinals, they're played after each other. So we're gonna watch semifinal 2 now, and then after that, the grand final. That's the plan. So let's get ourselves on to server 2, I think, to see if the players there are almost ready. We are running ahead of time. It's almost half an hour ahead of time, actually. But, you know, I, myself, don't like to wait needlessly if we don't have to. So if the players are ready and they want to get this going, we probably can. But hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the cast there. It's really tensing up. You know, you start with the first rounds and it's a bit like, with the seating and everything, it's a bit, the matches are a bit weighted, but here it's like, you really don't know how they can flip. Especially with things like the Romalius Dunsta finalist mode situation. But yeah, have a look at this. These are the tournament, or the tournament bracket. We started with 32 players who qualified out of like 400 players trying. These were the top 32 players. And now, after the quarterfinals, we have these 2 semifinals. Cabbie, Dunsta advancing to the grand finals. And we will see this semifinal now. Radiance, Salmon, Dirty Duck, and Voyager. The match start time is set to about 7 minutes from now. So, if you want to grab a snack, grab a drink, you've got the time for it. Great time to freshen up. Also before a couple of days. Just coming just around the corner if you're going to play that. But once again, I would like to thank Ubisoft Nordic for reaching out with the opportunity to make this tournament happen. They are the ones sponsoring prizes. They're sponsoring a voucher for the Ubisoft store to the winner. And they're also sponsoring club keys to players that play the qualifier. Then we also have Corsair, who are sponsoring headsets for the winners. And also the ones with the idea, Ubisoft Nordic, to host this tournament. So I think it's great. I want to do more events like it, and I'm thankful for the opportunity. Nice to see Voyager. He's Norwegian. Yeah, Voyager is the last hope for Norway. So Cabbie is the last hope for Sweden, but Denmark has a lot of chances. Denmark still has 2 players left in this next match. Radiance is from Denmark, Dirty Duck is from Denmark, Salmon is from Finland, and Voyager is from Norway. So I think it would be fun if, and I mean I'm not biased, but like let's imagine Voyager and Salmon advance, right? And we get the grand final of 1 Swede, 1 Dane, 1 Finn, and 1 Norwegian player. It would be the dream scenario, where everyone has like a champion, right? But, you know, They will have to battle it out. And Radiance has looked very solid in time attack. And also in the matches today. Let's see what's gonna happen. PayPal time? I can do no such thing. I can only watch and talk about what's happening. Make a nations tournament. It's actually been done in the past. And also recently. On the campaign tracks. Where you have every country battling against each other. I can't remember who won it. It was hosted like a couple of weeks ago. Was it Germany? Why are you not playing? Because I'm hosting it. I was asked to host it. France. Ah. Français. How would I say that I stack up against the field skill-wise? I would not win this tournament, if that's what you're asking. I'd make the top 32 in terms of qualifying, I think. But I would not win. Cabbie and Dunsta and all the other players that we've seen like be driving this consistently, I would not keep up. I think. Because I'm good at some things, but I'm not good on everything. Like, I'd lose so many points on full speed. I'd lose so many points on tech. On ice and dirt, I feel like I'm competitive. On the RPG style, I feel like I'm competitive. But, like, you know, you need the whole package in order to win this. Bobsleigh tournament? I mean, if anyone's hosting, I'm down. Also, guys, I know that I'm missing alerts right now. I see there's quite a lot of alerts backed up. I think we're gonna go through it after the grand finals, if you guys don't mind. Thank you guys so much. I see there's a lot of primes. I see there's a couple of donations, a couple of resubs. Thank you guys so much for all the support. Congrats at the training world record. Thank you. Yeah. I'm very happy about that world record. You know, I grinded a little bit. I grinded actually a little bit this morning to get that world record. So I'm very happy that I got that. Very happy about my my world record here. See, 4 hours ago I set a new world record on a map where the old world record was 7 months old. This time had stood for over half a year. I beat it, I brag, and then Mata, who's also another good ice bobsleigh player. Yeah. Yeah. So all I'm saying is, once this tournament's over, I'm going back. I'm going back in. I'm going back in. I'm putting on the Mufat shoes and reclaiming what's mine. Also, I just want to make sure... Wait, was I on the wrong server, Cam? I think I was on the wrong server. Are we on server 1? Oh, we went to server 1. I thought we went to server 2. Did they start? No, they didn't start. They're just practicing. Yeah, okay. Match start time is set to very soon, so... Alright, are you guys ready for semi-final number 2? Between Radiance Dirty Duck, Voyager, and Captain Salmon. Because we are about to start. Here we go. Second semi-final. 1 Norwegian player still left. 1 Finnish player still left. 2 Danes. And Dunsta waiting for them in the final. Here we go. A warm-up on the first map. We're starting on Finland. The full speed map. Now, I don't know any of these players to be specifically good at full speed as their main style, which makes this very interesting. I think it's more open, as none of them are full speed mains. So let's see how they stack up in the warm-up. Anyone? Oh, Radiance! Radiance going for that extra speed slide there. That does not go unnoticed. Dirty Duck with a speed slide here. Interesting. So you'll notice players are doing these skid marks. If you've never seen this before, this is speed sliding in Trackmania. And the reason they're doing this is because it's faster. At high speed in Trackmania, it's faster to just barely slide the car. So that is what they're aiming for. And the more of those slides you can do, the more speed you can build up, and it just snowballs. It snowballs into several seconds across the entire map. So here we go into the first round. Speed slide are key, and just avoiding crashing on this very difficult map. Let's see who handles it the best. First speed slide, Dirty Duck clipping the corner. Committed a bit too much on the inside line there. And he will fall down in the first round. Now Radiance with a huge lead before even doing this additional speed slide. He just gently taps the brake in that one section to activate another speed slide that the others aren't doing. And it's a 0.3 lead over his competitors. But what a race it is for the second position. Salmon versus Voyager. Side by side into the last wall ride here. Voyager though with more speed here. About 800's advantage. Will be able to hold on. Radiance wins. Voyager in second. And Salmon in third. Will Dirty Duck be able to finish? He's coming in now. 10 seconds behind the others, but gets a 106 and minus 10 points. And Radiance even personal best in that round. 56-8. Very nice. Very nice by Radiance. So Dirty Duck, second time around now. Let's see if he can avoid that start mistake. This looks a lot better. A lot safer to stay on the middle of the platform when doing the speed slide. So he will survive that turn. And now a bit of a change up from last round, because Radiance is actually last by quite a bit. Does that one brake tap here, the S4D as it's called, where you tap brake to activate a speed slide. And Salmon, oh, goes off the side of the loop there. Uncanny mistake. We have not seen anyone fail that. But that is a big time loss. Radiance here, reeling in Voyager. This is a lot of speed here. It could be top 2 Denmark out of this round. Dirty Duck way ahead. Will Radiance be able to take that second place from Voyager? Last part decides, but he has it. Dirty Duck wins. Radiance second, Voyager third. And Salmon goes in fourth place. Some Danish talk going on in the in-game chat. Radiance just wrote, "We're crushing them, Dirty Duck, keep going." Now, obviously, this is a solo competition, but you can really feel like the friendly rivalry competition going on between the nations as well. Like, it's just as important for Denmark that Denmark wins as it is for the players themselves to win. It's really about the fun Nordic rivalries that we have. Oh, Captain Salmon hits the wall there, I think. Saw in the corner of my eye a car making contact with a wall. And that was Salmon's. Now it looks like Voyager here will be able to take a second place. So not getting completely destroyed by the Danes, but Radiance here. Very good pace on this full speed map. Has been able to get the top 2 positions almost every round. And here he gets another -2 to his score. And now we go in to the final round on Finland, the full speed map. So far, it is actually the Finnish player, Captain Salmon, that's gotten the worst of it. But maybe he can make something happen here in the last round. Is currently ahead of Dirty Duck and just next to the others. Oh, Radiance with a mistake. He tried to go for the wide setup to make that extra speed slide, but it did not work out for him. Now Captain Salmon actually in first place here. Does have more speed than Voyager. Into the turnover. Voyager trying to make it back with a small speed slide there. But Dirty Duck actually with the most speed of them all. It's going to be very close up to the finish line here. Dirty Duck with a very sharp wall ride will not pay off. And Captain Salmon will win. No, he will not. Captain Salmon hits the finish. It is Voyager that wins. Dirty Duck second. And Radiance comes in fourth. Oh, you gotta feel for Salmon. He crashed 3 different places on this map when he was doing really well otherwise. And a rough start to the match for him. As we go on to Denmark. World record on this map by Radiance. And then in this match, Voyager I think has the second strongest local with a 104.3. Captain Salmon has a 104.7. And Dirty Duck, looking for him now on the scoreboard. Let's see here. I am not seeing Dirty Duck. Am I blind? 24th, thank you observant viewer for spotting him. 105.16 is Dirty Duck's personal best, so actually quite the jump here. Dirty Duck almost a second slower on pace compared to the others. At least on paper. Maybe he has a trick up the sleeve that he hasn't shared yet. But tech is not the easiest out. Especially not speed tech. And this gear in the last turn, we saw Cabbie do it so well. Gains like half a second if you do it beautifully. So first round on Denmark. Radiance goes very close to the wall. You want to keep the upper gear here. Make sure to not drift too much, or you will drop the gear. Captain Salmon here fell victim to that. Has to adapt this line, gets through. Now just a quick brake tap before full committing right and left down the hill. Sharp slide here. Dirty Duck looking a bit shaky. Captain Salmon will reclaim third. But up front it is Norway and Denmark. Voyager and Radiance battling. Sharp line here from Voyager. Makes it through. And they are driving just as fast. The sectors are completely the same from checkpoint to checkpoint. No real differences. No real progress made. Radiance still in the lead before the last turn of the track. As they drop onto the road one more time and into the finish. Will Radiance hold that? He will indeed. A great time, 104.08. Just 2/10 behind his personal best and world record on this map to win that first round. Voyager in second, Captain Salmon third, and Dirty Duck in fourth.
Okay, Dirty Duck is pretty good on the map.
And that is, I think, Dirty Duck's horn. From Carl Jr. talking about him being pretty good on the map. Interesting horn to have. As your... yeah.
Okay, Dirty Duck is pretty good.
He has a point. He has a point here, Dirty Duck. But he's in last place. I think he's... oh, well, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Carl. I don't know about that one. Dirty Duck, unfortunate mistake to drop down. It's Radiance and Voyager. Once again in the battle for first here. Voyager going high though. Oh, barely gets through the turn. .26 behind. Hits the wall. Where is Captain Salmon? 3 seconds behind? More speed though. He will win. But what about Voyager? Stays ahead of Captain Salmon. And it's actually a DNF for Dirty Duck. Minus 15 points here. Probably not too happy with the map choice. He gets down to 51 points now in last place in the match. I'm almost glad it's Dirty Duck's horn, yeah. Imagine it was someone else's horn, and they just used that when Dirty Duck. Yeah, no, that would be bad. Everyone with the upper gear start here. This is a great round so far, although was that Captain Salmon hitting the wall, just barely makes contact, and that will be him out of the fight. Very close now. Still only 0.3. We saw Voyager make a mistake last time, but we've yet to see Radiance make any mistakes on this map. He really looks dead solid on his home turf map, the Danish map. And 7 of a lead now. Can't afford to just safe this one in all the way. And the positions are looking pretty spread here. You have big gaps, so they should just be coming in one by one. As they do, Dirty Duck gets 3rd, and Captain Salmon in 4th. Radiance even breaking through with a 103. Nice time there, getting very close to his own world record. 103.96 is the winning time. And now we go into the last round here on Denmark. Captain Salmon with an awkward line. He manages to save it. Voyager with a great start in 1st. But Captain Salmon crashes again. He's crashed almost every round here. Very unfortunate to see. But for the first time we see Voyager actually in 1st. The other times he's been close to Radiance, but now he's actually in 1st for a couple of seconds. But here comes Radiance back to take his spot. Will Voyager be able to hold on to this? I don't know. Radiance has a great ending to the map as well. Voyager tries here though, a lot of speed. Can he hold? No. He tries it, but that does cost him a lot of time, the risk he took. And it might even be that Dirty Duck has a chance here. Only 0.1 of a second, but Voyager holds. And Dirty Duck gets 3rd. And Captain Salmon will come in 4th. No DNF. Only a -10. Could have been worse. So let's take a look at the standings. It is Radiance with 73. Voyager 61. Dirty Duck with 37. And Captain Salmon with 32. Will we have the RPG map? I'm wondering. It's been a while. We aren't seeing it now, but you know, the longer it takes before we see it, the higher the chance is that it's a decider map. So the fact that we have not seen the RPG, we have not seen the ice track, it's a bit of a looming threat almost. You have to be ready for the RPG. And there, things can flip. Captain Salmon, for example, I think can be very good there. Voyager, I think, will be one of the best on that map, like we saw earlier. Dirty Duck 2 has a great chance there. So, things can easily flip, but we're back on tack. And this is something I believe that Radiance excels at again. Yeah, Radiance and Voyager with almost equal personal bests. Then we see Captain Salmon and Dirty Duck a little bit slower, 0.6, 0.7 slower on paper. So good luck, have fun on Sweden. Map built by Carlberg. Let's see how they do here. Captain Salmon with a wide start here. the lines are looking a bit shaky, and he goes into the wall after just 2 corners. Voyager clips as well, and it's 2 Danes up front now, Radiance and Dirty Duck. But I don't think this gap is quite big enough that Dirty Duck can feel too safe. We saw Voyager be very consistent here last time, getting 105s, but now it's a double crash, which puts him out of the fight. Let's take a look at Dirty Duck now to see if he can challenge Radiance. .3 is the gap. We know the ending here is difficult. 1 jump into the dirt finish, but you need enough speed and you need the exact right angle to make it. Radiance gets it, Dirty Duck gets it as well, and Salmon gets it in 3rd, and Voyager gets it in 4th. Everyone one-shots it. But the winning time here leaves a little bit to be desired. 106.09, all these players have the potential to drive faster. So if that is going to be the winning time, if that's going to be the pace, then this is still anyone's game here on Sweden. But I think we've seen this pattern now a few times of Salmon having good pace but crashing. This time it's Radiance crashing. Salmon stays in it. Just has to try to find back to that consistency he had early. Or actually, it's been quite unfortunate all match. A lot of crashes now that I remember. But Dirty Duck drops down. Radiance drops down. Huge opportunity now to get some points back for Captain Salmon, for Voyager. Oh, double crash. And it will actually be Radiance sniping both of them to get back into 2nd place. But Voyager is gone up front. What is happening? This is flipping back and forth over and over again. Captain Salmon with another mistake. Okay, well, if Voyager does not win this round, I'll be very surprised. As he has a huge lead. He makes the jump. Dirty Duck makes the jump. Radiance makes the jump. And Salmon will crash, but he has time for the safe finish. Even opts for the risky one. 106.08 by Voyager. Could have won this with a 107 though, which is interesting. 2 more rounds. And looking at the scoreboard now, Captain Salmon is getting ever closer to 0. Only 15 points left. Radiance into the wall. After the first corner, 1 second behind. And knowing his personal best is 0.6 ahead of some players, he is not out of this one yet. The gap is big, but let's see what Radiance can do about this. It was 1.14, now it's 95 hundredths. Now it's 84 hundredths. 1 more corner, and he's almost catching Dirty Duck. Trying to make it back. There goes 1 player. 0.85. Voyager driving great pace up front, but Captain Salmon is losing ground to Radiance. This is getting closer and closer. Into the final corners now. Voyager with the clear lead. Should be able to get another 2-pointer here. Captain Salmon goes wide. Might not have the speed for the risky finish. Oh, he will just barely. And that's a very important -5 for him to stay alive in the battle here. But a great winning time this time. 1:05.65 is very solid from Voyager to get that 2-pointer. And we're seeing Voyager almost getting the lead in the match here. He's only 10 points behind Radiance. And the 2 players behind, Dirty Duck and Salmon, are struggling. There's huge gaps to close, and crashes become all the more punishing now. Both of them crash, and it will allow Voyager and Radiance to extend their point lead in the match. This is not what they were hoping for, but it is the reality. Now Voyager and Radiance try to battle, but Voyager, that was an unforced mistake right there. And up ahead of him comes Dirty Duck, right back into second place. So let's see which one of them will get the second place. Dirty Duck really needs it now more than ever if he wants that grand final spot. Voyager not going to give it to him for free though. He's going to push it all in this final corner. Goes a little wide, has to release. There comes Dirty Duck for the snipe, but no. He crashes the finish. And Voyager will take it regardless. Salmon even sniping the third. Dirty Duck will get into fourth. Very unfortunate there for Dirty Duck. And that -10 is gonna hurt. 7 and 3 points left respectively for Salmon and Dirty Duck at the bottom. 40 and 50 left for Voyager and Radiance. And we go on to Norway. The dirt track in this tournament. Red and white themes with snowy trees and very difficult dirt gears. Let's see it. They are playing here for the grand final spot. The grand final will take place right after this. Cabbie from Sweden and Asta from Denmark are already locked into the grand final. And they will face the two winners of this match. Currently the top leading players are Radiance, or I Love You Sophia, and Voyager. Dirty Duck and Salmon are hanging on, and they're not out yet. When they hit 0 points here, because they lose points every round, they will become finalists. And at that point, they can no longer afford to lose more rounds. If they get second and third place, they will still be in. But if they lose one more round at that point, they are out. So it becomes a battle for survival. Now let's follow this round and see who can get the gears. Dirty Duck dropped it, but Captain Salmon has a great round here to try to stay alive. On Norway, just behind Radiance in the start. Dirty Duck though, with this -10, would go into finalist mode. So really needs to do everything in his power now to overtake at least Voyager. Maybe also Captain Salmon to have one more safe round without elimination. Just barely behind Voyager, cannot get the overtake at any point here. They're driving exactly equal. Final turn before the risky finish, and he's losing speed. He will actually be in last. The Radiance wins it with a great time. Captain Salmon second, Voyager third, and Dirty Duck fourth. And what this means now is that actually both Salmon and Dirty Duck go into finalist. So if one of them happens to end up in last place now, they will be eliminated from the tournament. Voyager and Radiance are looking very poised for this final. Captain Salmon hits the wall in the very first uphill. We'll have an awkward gear to deal with here as well before the jumps. And he is almost a second behind here. 1.5 actually at that. It's going to be very tricky to make a comeback. Has to rely on a mistake from Voyager or Dirty Duck. But with a gap this big, they can afford to just drive safe here. Ooh, Voyager. That is not safe at all. Went so close to the outside wall there for the speed. And it will pay off as he's making a gap down to Dirty Duck. Will get himself a second place here by the looks of it. A 56 once again by Radiance, but that is Captain Salmon eliminated from the Nordic Trackmania tournament. And with that, Finland as a nation is also eliminated from the competition. No more Finnish players left. So now Dirty Duck stands at finalist, Voyager and Radiance with 30 plus points that he has to defend against. Voyager with a mistake though. This will allow Dirty Duck maybe 1 round leeway if he realizes he has this gap on the next checkpoint split. It is 1.3 seconds, which means Dirty Duck now, huge opportunity to just save. Because Dirty Duck, he has his specialty on ice. Oh, he makes a mistake. Oh, he makes another mistake. Oh no, the meltdown. He wanted to get to the ice track because that's where he could make a push. But with a double wall hit here, a triple, he is more than likely the eliminee. And Radiance and Voyager will advance to the grand final to face off with Dunsta and Cabbie. GG's. So now, do we play for second place? I am actually not sure. Cam, what's the ruling? Because I'd say if the players are ready, we could just run the grand finals. Agree, no point. They don't have to play for first or second because they are all going into the grand finals anyways. So we're going to go into grand finals of the Nordic Trackmania tournament. We are not playing Cup of the Day, chat. If you want to watch Cup of the Day, there are many other Trackmania players streaming it. But in my personal opinion, a Cup of the Day that runs every single day, every day of the week, or a once in a good while Nordic Trackmania tournament to crown the best Nordic player for all the banter, all the honor, for Corsair headsets, and for Ubisoft Store vouchers, I'd say it's worth it to stick around to see what happens in the grand final. The grand finale. So I will give the admin some time to set it up, but hello and welcome to the stream if you guys just joined. We're hosting the Ubisoft Nordic Trackmania tournament in collaboration with Corsair, and we have now throughout the day seen 32 players battle it out. We sit with the 4 best players remaining, that being Cabbie, that being Dunsta, Radiance, and Voyager 006. 1 Swede, 2 Danes, 1 Norwegian. We're about to get into it. It's a full speed map? Oh well, oh well. So yeah, exciting. If you guys haven't watched the tournament, Cabbie has been very dominant. Dunsta as well. And Radiance has, I mean, insane records. He drives insane pace. A few mistakes though. We saw a lot of crashes. And Voyager's just been very consistent. DMs? Oh. Chem in the DMs. We actually have the people. So if you guys didn't know, the qualifier for the tournament had 5 lucky winners who played the qualifiers that would win 1 year of club access. And Chem just sent me the winners that were randomly rolled, which are Jonas R747 from Norway, Loller from Norway, Everyone Toxic from Norway, Palafjonk from Sweden, and Lucas from Finland. A lot of Norwegians. A lot of Norwegian winners. That's Cam. And I don't think it's rigged because I think a lot of Norwegians actually participated in the qualifier. I think with Mudgy playing the maps and with me playing the maps and streaming them, I think that brought a lot of Norwegian interest. It's not rigged. But those are the winners. Congratulations. I think you will be contacted. Cam has it recorded. Thank you, Cam. You always like get the double measure for it. But let's see. Who are we missing? We're missing Dunsta and... We're missing Dunsta and Radiance. It's not rigged is what you would say if it was rigged? Nah. If I rigged it, I'd be pretty upfront about it. I'd be like, yeah, this is rigged. Oh, the winners are all from Norway? Oh. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. Didn't mean to. That was an accident. So yeah, grand finals right around the corner. I'm excited. Are you guys excited? We're actually about an hour out of schedule, which is nice. We have been efficient today. No, okay. Guys, look, I'm a busy man, all right? Let me know when you're ready. Just type ready in chat and I'll start the final. If you're not ready yet, that's okay. I'll wait. You know, I'll sit here and wait and do nothing. But just tell me, I'll be here. There's a couple of people saying no, so we can't really start yet. I see a couple of no's, so yeah, give me a moment. We can't start until literally every spectator in the crowd is ready. It's how football games work as well. Like the referee just asks like, "Yo, audience, you guys ready?" Can't start until everyone's ready. You're gonna think about it, yeah. It's a tough decision. Are you ready or not? You know, how about we just like circle back and you give me a response? You got my email? Just send me a PDF, you know? Can we do this tomorrow? Look, I'm a little busy tomorrow. I don't know about you guys. Cat jam? Yeah, first. It's a certified jam. You gotta go buy a beer. Now that is a wish I shall respect. Yo guys, important question. Before we start, Chem is ordering food. Any recommendations? Did Chem? I ordered Indian food the other day. That is really good. Indian food is pretty fire. It's not something I actively seek out, but it's so good if you haven't eaten it in a while. People are responding with essentially their national dishes here. What did I have for dinner? I actually had baguettes for dinner. Because I didn't have time to make myself proper dinner since we're starting so early. So I just bought some like plastic wrapped baguettes at the grocery store, which didn't really taste that good. You know, like kind of airplane food, like those, you know, like they're kind of like ugh, and then they put all the stuff in it to make it like last long without going bad. It's a little like chewy. It's not that fresh. Pre-made sub sandwich. Are there videos on the internet of people eating surströmming with a straight face? Are there people that are unfazed by surströmming? Are there even, because like, are there people that actually enjoy the taste? And I'm thinking surströmming challenge, like straight out the can. I'm not thinking like I'm not thinking like you prepare it all well and get rid of the taste. I'm thinking you just open the can and snack some surströmming. Does that exist? You don't eat it straight from the can? Well, that's what people do in the challenge. Because I'm scared. I won't lie. I've smelled surströmming. I've never had it. The smell scares me. It legit scares me. if you guys don't know, it is the worst smell I've ever smelled. And the smell never goes away. If you open that thing indoors, yeah, GG. Absolute GG. The thing people do with surströmming is they actually open it underwater. What it is, it's like fermented fish in a can, and you have to open it underwater for the smell to not get all over. I had a friend of mine who got some on his jacket. They were like messing around with it, and he got like some of the stuff on his jacket. He tried cleaning like washing the jacket 5 times. No, doesn't work. You just have to throw it. Yeah, the juices. At that point, you just have to throw the jacket because like it's over. It's over. In the washing machine, yeah. It smells. It's bad. It's really toxic. It's actually toxic. But yeah, we are waiting for one player here to kick off the grand finals. Just so you guys know, keep you updated. First time here, game looks really cool, awesome. The game is really cool. It's arcade racing game, but we're playing races back to back to back. Objective is to be first guy to reach the finish line, and we're in the grand finals that are about to start. Just waiting for one player. There it is. Radiance on the server. Alright, well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals. We're about to start. We've had a long day of matches here, but now we have just one match left. It is Voyager 006 from Norway versus Cabbie from Sweden versus the two Danes, Asta and Radiance. I will say it is really the battle of the favorites. There were some other players we had high expectations for that went out, but not an unexpected top 4. So I think they are just about ready to start. So we'll get underway with it. Just before they begin, I want to quickly explain the format for you guys. So it's played in reverse cup mode format. You can see if I have the explanation. Real quick. Here it is. So players start at 100 points. In this case, since it's the grand final, they start at 120 points. And then they lose points for each round. First place gets -2 points, second gets -5, third -7, fourth -10. If you don't finish, you get -15. And once you hit 0 points, you become a so-called finalist. Where if you lose a round as finalist, then you are eliminated from the tournament. And in this case, in the grand final, the player who wins is the last player standing. That is what's at stake. Now we are about to warm up here on the first map, which is Sweden, built by Carlberg. So let's get into it. Here we go. 1 minute warm up and then we are live. One second. Okay, let's go. So quick checkup on the records here. Now that we have all 4 players. The fastest time in this field is Cabbie with a 1:04.8 PB. Asta and Radiance have 1:05.2 and 3 PBs. And Voyager has a 1:05.4. but they're all in the top 7 of the overall rankings on this map. So let's get into it. Here we go then, first round of the grand final of the Ubisoft Nordic Trackmania tournament in collaboration with Corsair. We have our 4 players, Untitled Voyager, Radiant and Cabbie. And we are on the tech map. Each track here has a specific style that they're built after. This one is tech and it revolves around drifting through tight obstacles and corners. And it's all about how much speed you can keep in each drift, how much you dare to push each drift close to the apex of the corner and the exit of the corner. You can see Cabbie does this to near perfection up front there, very close between all 4 players. But the 2 Danes and the Swede are a bit ahead of the Norwegian player Voyager. Cabbie here challenging for first, what a slide that is! To secure the first spot, going into the ending, 2 turns remain, and we know the finish jump on this map is a tricky one. Will Cabbie hit it here? He has a big lead, but can he aim that finish gap? Gets it with a 105.3, Dunsta with a 105.6. We have Radiance with a 105.8 and Voyager with a 106.02. Great round here to kick off the grand finals by all the players. No one made a mistake there, just pace differences, how much you dare to risk. And Cabbie really sets the bar with that 105.2, because that beats some of the other players' personal best. So, wall hit here in the first corner, made by Radiance, will make him drop down. And even Voyager as well, they both hit the wall, as we can see here. So, it is now Dunsta and Cabbie in battle for first. To get that -2 and to avoid hitting that 0. Here it's all about being the last man standing, about losing the least points throughout the entire match. Consistently you want to get first and second places to do that, and Cabbie could start off strong here with 2 first places in a row. This time he has a bigger gap than he had in the previous round. It's about a 0.3 lead going into the last jump. 0.5, just needs to make sure he can hit the angle, and he has enough time to set it up. That's going to be a 105.2 by Cabbie, and he's really looking very strong on Sweden here. It will be Dunstan second, Radiance in third, and Voyager gets fourth here with another -10. So the positions repeat themselves. The exact same players in the exact same spots. Cabbie only lost 4 points. Dunstan's lost 10. And then Radiance has lost 14 points now. Voyager with -20. Third out of 4 rounds on Sweden. 4 rounds played per map. So this is not Voyager's strong suit, it sounds like. It seems like, as he's losing ground already in the first corners to the other 3. But there will be maps coming up later that he has a better fighting chance on. Consistency is the key across all the styles in this tournament. Cabbie, though, looking nearly unstoppable on this. He just dares to risk more, and it doesn't even look risky for Cabbie. He has these lines under control, and that's why he can afford to go so close to the walls, because he really knows his limit on the track, knows how wide he can go, and he keeps it right on that edge, where it's still under control, but very, very fast. Dunst in second, Radiance in third. Don't know if anything else will happen here. Looks like Cabbie can hold it. Will Dunsta hit the finish? Oh, that's a great jump. But what a time from Cabbie to dip the 105. Gets a 104 to win that round. Dunst in second with a 105.4. Radiance, then Voyager. Great, great time there by Cabbie. And he could start this off with a clean sweep here. So far, so good. One more round to win his own nation's map, the Swedish map, with a 4-0. Great speed across the social block. Great speed through this turn. And he has the lead to do so already at the blocks. This time Voyager's a little bit closer. Has a chance to fight for a third or maybe even a second. Gonna take a lot to beat Cabbie, I think, though. Through the turns now. He knows that he's been too slow, so nothing to lose by pushing a little bit. Cabbie makes contact with the wall and drops down to 4th. No clean sweep in sight. Radiance now the one to take the lead in this round. 0.3 ahead of his competitors. But Dunsta's getting a little bit closer. And with 2 turns to go, this is not impossible. Voyager, even with good speed here, will challenge it. Will Dunsta have a say with an inside line? Too far unless they make a mistake, and they will not. Radiance wins, Voyager 2nd, Dunsta 3rd, Cabbie 4th. We will have a look at the standings now after the first map. Looks like it will still be Cabbie in the lead, Dunsta 2nd, Radiance 3rd, and Voyager 4th. Second map up now, Norway, the dirt track. We know this to be Radiance's specialty. And also Dunsta's specialty, actually. With that being said, because if you have a look at the records here, apart from J-Cray, who went out earlier, you have Dunsta in 2nd, who's in this final. You have Cabbie in 3rd, who's in this final. And you have Radiance, who's 4th, who's also in this final. And Voyager, his personal best is 7th best out of all the players in the tournament. So, really, really close here between all 4. They are some of the strongest. But now we have to see that consistency. The winning times here tend to be a 56. You really need to get under 57 to win. And that was in the semis. I mean, here you might need a mid 56 to win. For all I know. But this map, it's all about just steering as little as possible. The less you steer on dirt, and the more you just let the car kind of flow with the track, the faster you will go. They're just doing minimal steering movements, using the bankings on the side of the turns, using how the track is formed to their advantage. Good luck, have fun! First round of Norway. I expect a very fast round here, 56 winning time. And for that, you need to get this gear in the uphill. You need to keep the upper gear in the turn, and 2 players try it, and they both fail. Dunsta and Cabbie hitting the wall. Voyager barely avoiding that crash. And Radiance is actually the only player in this field to get that upper gear start. The difference between holding the gear and dropping the gear by not being fast enough is 0.3 of a second, which you're seeing here. Radiance with an awkward drop that will let Voyager get a little closer here. Reeling him in a little bit. It should still be Radiance's round. 0.2 before the last corner combination. Can Voyager make a snipe here? An attempt at least. It's a strong ending from Voyager, but Radiance holds strong. 56-7 winning time by Radiance. And this is already a great time by Voyager. Voyager almost personal best in this round, but still only enough for a 2nd place for now. Cabbie will get a -7, and Dunsta will get a -10, which does equalize the scoreline a lot more. It's the closest match we've had so far in the tournament. Voyager keeps the gear here. I think Cabbie also kept the gear. No, it's only Voyager. And you can see the difference here. Voyager will propel himself up to 1st. Cabbie right behind, though, nearly had it good. And the 2 Danes, Dunsta and Radiance, find themselves in 3rd and 4th. Cabbie, though, chasing now. He crashed that first round. Now wants to show what he's capable of, but he makes contact on the outside wall, which drops him down. Dunsta, with a great turn, will almost catch back up to Voyager. Despite Voyager having that early lead, can Dunsta try to snipe this? It's not out of reach, it's not out of possibility with more speed, but Voyager holds strong here. This could be a personal best for Voyager, almost. It's a repeat round, 56.9 for Voyager, enough to win. Dunsta in 2nd, Cabbie 3rd, and Radiance, with what is a great time, gets a -10 for being 0.4 too slow. You really hate to see it, but that is how close it is right now. 0.4 of a second is the difference between -2 and -10. So now the gear again. Oh, that's a gear for Dunsta. Dunsta holds the gear. I think he's the only one. No, Voyager has it as well. Cabbie and Radiance missed it. But Cabbie will still make a good run here regardless. Only 0.1 behind, despite dropping the gear. Now where will he find the necessary time here? A lower jump with more speed. This turn is going to be hard to control with that speed. Does make it through. Dunsta has overtaken first now from Voyager. As they go down the hill, all 4 players are in contention. It's so close. 0.2 of a second. Dunsta with a demanding lead though. Enough to hold it with a clean last turn here. Voyager challenges, but it's not going to be enough if he doesn't hit the finish here. The positions remain, and that is, at long last, a personal best for Voyager. 56.8. Dunsta wins. Voyager second. Cabbie third. And Radiance fourth. Radiance with another -10 here, despite being so close. GR. This is a joy to watch here. We're seeing the best that Scandinavia and Nordics have to offer in this competition. And we still have so much Trackmania left to watch, because this tournament is gonna run the distance, I feel. This time it is Dunsta and Cabbie drop the gear, and quite violently at that. They lost 0.5 here, I think, half a second, or even almost a second up to the leading players. So this is very tough now. But it's a good chance for Radiance to make a comeback. He's had so many -10s here that have just been a little bit too slow. Now wants to defend it and get a -2 instead, so he doesn't fall behind on the scoreline. Dunsta even not too far from Voyager, just waiting for a mistake, looming behind. It will not happen. Voyager's still strong. Radiance wins. Voyager second. Dunsta third, and Cabbie fourth. And it's so interesting how this goes like a ebb and flow motion, where you have the leading players now did worst, and the bottom 2 players did best. And look at the scoreline: 74, 73, 73, 68. It's a dead even match after the first 2 maps. Dead even match after the first 2 maps. How crazy is that? And we're going on to the mini RPG track. Olam, built by Firestorm. We've seen this be a theatrical map earlier in the day, with a lot of crashes and twists and turns, let's say, and the leading players. Because this is the most difficult map to drive consistently. It's an obstacle track. You have to do jumps, balance across rails, make quarter pipe jumps like the one coming up here. And it's very hard to drive without fail. There's so much that can happen. Especially this one balancing beam coming up here will be decisive if you can get across it without failing. The players here make it look so easy, but trust me, it's really not. I've driven these maps myself, and I severely struggle with that part. So these players are not really showing how difficult it is to do that in high speed in one motion. Then you have the ending here, which we don't really get to see, with a wall jump. Good luck, have fun on the map. Here we go. Here we go. Cabbie with a small low airtime trick in the beginning to gain about a 10th on the others. Now the quarter pipe, he will get that clean as well, but we have Dunsta, I think, with the slowest start, losing a little bit of time, but oh no, Cabbie goes off the edge there before the second checkpoint, and he has to go all the way back to the first. Dunsta clips and will have to respawn as well. 2 huge mistakes now. Big opportunity for Radiance and Voyager if they can get across the beam. Voyager slows down, he saves it, he gets across, so does Radiance. Big battle between these two for the top spots, but what happened here for Radiance? Looked like he had the line, but he was forced to respawn. Voyager, he must be wondering, where are people? What happened? He has the lead by 6 seconds here, but he can't feel too safe yet. The map here ends with a wall hit. And into a flip up to the risky finish here. Have to be very careful to make sure you get that angle. And Voyager even personal bests to make it a little bit better for himself. Radiance will get second. Dunst goes for third. And Cabbie misses the finish for fourth here. He might get a minus 15 here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, it's not enough. Minus 15 for Cabbie. And what's happened here? Cabbie was acing in the first map. He was leading by so many points. Now with that minus 15, he's last by almost 10 points. A series of unfortunate events there led Cabbie to a minus 15. Very punishing. Let's see if he can fight back now in the second round on Olam. Good start. Quarter pipe jump here. Has to make sure that he lands it. We see Radiant slowing down, but it should be enough to make the jump. All 4 players without mistakes so far. Now the beam. Dunst gets it, Cabbie gets it. Voyager as well, but Radiant, I think, has made a small mistake back there. Now then, the ending. Cabbie, I think, is hungry for this one. After that minus 15, I think we see a bit of a wanting player now to get the minus 2 back, to get the ball rolling again, to not let the lead slip away. Will Cabbie hit the final jump here into the finish? Oh, Dunsta almost with the snipe. Wow, great round there. Dunsta had more speed, but he jumped a little bit too far to the right, so he didn't get the overtake. It's Cabbie winning, it's Dunsta second, Voyager third, and Radiance fourth. And the scoreline is still so even. 62, 59, 58, 56. What a great final we are witnessing here, ladies and gentlemen. And we're still only halfway through it. Next round up now. Cabbie and Radiance with the best starts. One pattern I've noticed. Oh, Dunsta with the clip there. Will be a mistake. Sometimes Cabbie fails this jump here by jumping a bit too low. This time he makes sure to get across. Jumps sufficiently high enough to land on the other side, so he will not fall to that. The beam barely gets across. All 3 are in contention here once again. Denmark, Norway, and Sweden fighting for this one, each with their own champion. Let's see how they all stack up in the ending. This is no longer just about survival. This is about pace. How much do you risk this wall hit? How much do you risk the last flip? Cabbie has 0.3 to work with. Voyager goes short, but Radiance might have the speed to snipe this. Oh, he tries, but he clips the finish, and it's 0.10 of a difference between Cabbie and Radiance. Cabbie with the win with a 109. These rounds are so good by all players. They're actually making this map look easy. 54, 53, 52, 52. They're just trading back and forth here. It's so even. One more round of Olam here. Now focus on Dunst, I think, who failed last time. This has not been the greatest map for him. And once again, he goes off to a bit of a slower start than the field. We see Radiance clipping here, losing ground to the other 2. Now the quarter pipe. All 4 make it. Set up for the jump here. And then the balance beam. Dunsta will jump too short. Big mistake. But Voyager overtakes Cabbie in first here. Looks like it's between them for that 2-pointer. As Radiance is a second behind. Super close round here. I think they're on pace for 109, 110 once again. Cabbie with more speed across the grass. Gets a little closer inside line here. He tries to push it. 0.14 low landing airtime. Who will get the best ending? Is it going to be Voyager? No, it's Cabbie, who wins it by 0.06 of a second. Radiance will get third. Dunsta in fourth. Beautiful rounds here on Olam. Cabbie who was down in last after that -15, makes his way back into first with 3 great follow-up rounds. And now the map pack is getting thin, you know? We've seen tech, we've seen RPG, what we have not seen is full speed and ice. And I think that's what we have on the table here. Full speed, ice, and speed tech are the remaining 3 maps that we have not seen. So this is Finland, the full speed track. Now Cabbie is a good full speed player. Out of these players, I might say Cabbie is the strongest on full speed. Let's have a look at the rankings and see who has the fastest personal best. Yeah, Cabbie here with 56.82. Radiance has 56.85. And then we have Voyager 57.22. And Dunsta 56.99. So there's small differences in PBs, but in the warm-up here we're seeing Cabbie in clear first. What they're trying to do is do these speed slides. You can see the drift marks across the tracks. This is on purpose. They're just gently sliding the car left and right in every platform here. That will build up more speed than just driving straight. 56.92 in the warm-up by Cabbie. That's a great time. If he can drive that in the live round, he is poised for first places here. Almost beating everyone else's PB. Oh, Voyager with a wide line. Had to adapt in order to avoid the crash. But it might give him a good setup for the first speed slide. Looks good on that one. Let's see who has the best speed outcome. It is Cabbie up in first. Followed by the 2 Danes and Voyager shortly thereafter. Second speed slide, not too good from Voyager, who's losing ground to the other 3. We see Radiance go for that little extra speed slide the others aren't doing. Gaining him a little bit more time. Tries to set up here for the turnover, but Dunstan with a lot of speed, seemingly out of nowhere. About to challenge Cabbie for first. Out into the final stretch, he is actually in the lead now. Cabbie with less speed and has to make something happen to get that 2-pointer. Should be Dunstan with this one. The speed advantage and the lead. It will be Dunstan first, Cabbie second, Radiance third, and Voyager fourth. But what a round! These times are crazy. So close between the top 3. And with that, Cabbie builds up just a tiny lead up in first. Even a personal best from Dunsta in the finals when it matters most. Oh, Voyager makes contact with the wall, drops down. And that is a bad place to crash. You will have less speed for the rest of the map there. It is now between the 3 other players. Cabbie, Dunsta, and Radiance. So let's see Radiance here, as he might get back with this one extra speed slide that he does there. We'll see if he gets any closer. The gap to Cabbie is actually not shrinking, it's widening. Cabbie has more speed, but Dunsta is able to follow. Dunsta's keeping up. Dunsta's actually gaining a little bit in some segments. But Cabbie looks to hold this all the way. Final wall ride, and he has this. That's another 2-pointer for Cabbie. And Dunsta will happily take the 5. But look at that. 56.75 by Cabbie. New personal best. And a nice time from him as well. Insane to drive that in the finals here when it matters. And now we see Voyager. 27 points left on his scoreline before he hits 0 and that finalist mode. We are playing until the last player stands here, until all the players have lost enough points to go to 0 and then lose in finalist mode. Voyager here already points behind Cabbie. These starts Cabbie are getting are so strong. But look at Radiance, he's gonna try this extra strat to maybe gain a little bit of time back. Does not look like it's making any difference. Cabbie still so strong. Not even being challenged right now. 0.1. But Radiance has a decent speed here. This could actually be Radiance to try to snipe Cabbie for first. He has overtaken him successfully, but he goes a little wide. Will Cabbie challenge? No, it's going to be Radiance who gets around. Denies Cabbie a clean sweep here. And with that, stays head-to-head with Dunsta in the scoreline. But Voyager is quickly losing ground. Voyager only with 17 points left. Losing 10 points after 10 points now on the full speed map. Needs to make something happen now, and that's a very wide speed slide. Did not hit the exact angle. But he's closer now than he's been in the previous rounds. In second place so far, and we've lost Dunsta in the looping. I think he clipped. It's a 3-driver battle right now. Cabbie still dominant in first place. Finds a little bit more speed on each slide than the others. Drives a little bit cleaner lines than the others. And that's how he's able to make this work. But now, once again, we have Radiance with great speed. Is this going to be another overtake? Look at the speed advantage he has over Cabbie. The final one ride, Cabbie's just hoping it's not enough until the finish line. But it might just be Radiance on the final stretch. Oh, by less than 1/100th of a second, Cabbie gets sniped. And it is Radiance that wins that one, I think. Or how did that work? Because Cabbie lost 2 points for that, even though he got second. Did you see that? The points were actually flipped, I think. I don't know what happened there. Also, Dunsta with the disconnect, sadly not too much that can be done with that. But yeah, Dunsta lost 15 points with the disconnect. Hopefully his connection is fine now. Let's keep playing. So let's get into it. On Denmark, the speed tech map. Let's have a look at the rankings here. We have Radiance with the world record. Cabbie in second there. We've seen these players drive 103s earlier in live rounds. Dunsta has a 104.06 personal best. And then in addition to that, we have Voyager with 104.3. Warm-up has concluded. Let's go into the live round on Denmark. Also, yes, Cam, that is correct. Oh, big wall hit. We've lost Voyager in the first corner. Cabbie almost touching. Insane line, actually, to get through that. Let's take a look at this from Cabbie's point of view, as he's now challenging up ahead versus Dunsta. So clean lines, so much speed at each turn. Dunsta is not even in the frame. He's being challenged here. But a lot of speed from Dunsta to bring himself back. Side by side across the jump. Dunsta set up wide for the speed. Cabbie has to reel that one back in. Almost goes out. We've seen the wide line from Cabbie here be the decider, but he has to release. He has to abandon the line. He was about to crash. Dunsta now with a clear, great chance at securing a 2-pointer after the disconnect, and he will get that. -2 to keep himself alive, and importantly, Cabbie has to eat a -7, and Voyager with this -10 will be the first finalist of the final. The way this works now, Voyager has hit 0 points. So now, Voyager is finalist. If Voyager loses one more round, it means that he is eliminated from the grand final in 4th place. He has to avoid getting last place, and that is so close to hitting the wall. Great reaction time to save that, but he does drop down into last place. Now has to claw his way back. Has to beat Radiance, Dunsta, or Cabbie on attack map that they all have pace for 103 on. His personal best is 104.3, so he needs a valiant, heroic effort to to stay alive here. Has brought himself on par with the others. Now needs a better ending, and Dunsta clips the block. Will allow Voyager a chance here for one more round. Final turns of Denmark. Just gotta stay alive. Just gotta not make any mistakes. Cabbie looking poised for first. Radiance in second. Voyager will happily take the third here, since it means no elimination for him. And Dunsta ends up with one remaining point here. 1 point left on the board, enough to avoid finalist for now. Whereas Radiance has 15 and Cabbie has 29. Here we go again. It is do or die for Voyager, who gets the lower gear start line. Manages to avoid this gear, and oh, there goes Radiance into the wall. Huge opportunity for Dunsta and for Voyager now, as that -10 will cost Radiance dearly. Cabbie looking very solid up front though. At this point for Dunsta, he will hit finalist regardless. It's all about just denying Cabbie points, about making Cabbie have to get a bigger minus. And the same can be said for Radiance, who's already about to take the -10 though. But they cannot deny Cabbie. He is too fast here by the looks of it. So we will have a double finalist situation on our hands in the next round. Dunsta and Voyager will both be with 0 points left. Cabbie will have 27. And Radiance will now have 5 points remaining. Voyager just holding on to these third places right now. Since players are making mistakes, he's able to stay in a double finalist situation. If one of them gets last, they are out of the final. A mistake here in one of these rounds could be so decisive. It could cost you dearly. It could cost the title. It is now more important than ever to keep your nerves under control and to drive the lines that they've practiced for a week. On these maps, Radiance and Cabbie up in first and second, and it leaves the two finalists down at the bottom to fight for survival now. Dunsta versus Voyager to keep the spot. Voyager having to release, having to back out of the drift, having to surrender 0.2 of a second to Dunsta in this also decisive round. But Cabbie clips, the leader clips, and Cabbie will be a second behind, and somehow Voyager is still in it, Dunsta is still in it, and Radiance might secure first here to stay alive. But that -10 for Cabbie will make this so much closer in the overall standings. Is that going to be the result here? Yes, it is. Radiance wins. Voyager and Dunsta stay alive, and Cabbie has to take a -10. Cabbie with 17. Radiance with 3 points. And I think we are now done on Denmark. I think we are going to Iceland to decide this. In the Nordic matchup, the Iceland map being the final, perhaps fitting. This could be the last map of the tournament. Oh my god. The drama. We are going to Iceland. We saw Cabbie be so consistent on this map earlier on. We'll see the local records here one more time. Cabbie has a 50.28. He was driving 50 every single round in the semis. We have Radiance with a 50.3. We have Dunsta with a 51.4, not the best ice player. And we have Voyager with a 52.6. But this comes down to a couple of rounds. And on ice, on competitive ice like this, anything can really happen. You have to be consistent in these very few rounds. So let's see if they can make the most of it here. In the warm-up, it is Radiance driving the best so far, but he slides out. And Cabbie actually with the fastest warm-up time by the looks of it. But he also slid out in the end, so okay, many things can happen here. Many things can happen here. Hold your breath for about one more round here, and we'll see what happens in the double final situation. Here we go. This is for the title of being the Nordic champion. Pause champ for everyone involved. Dunsta going wide on the first ice slide. The three others with a very clean first turn. Into the bobsleigh now. Radiance with the most speed. Can he control this line and get through cleanly? Will do so side by side with Cabbie. They have the strongest start so far, which means the two finalists are once again at the bottom, but one mistake here is all it takes to save them from elimination. One slide out is all it would take. Cabbie going wide. Cabbie was an awkward line. Extremely hard to save that. Voyager with a lot of speed propels up into first, and what's happening back here? Cabbie is in a safe position, but he slides out. Both him and Dunsta slide out, and I think Voyager is safe. Radiance is safe. Is Dunsta safe as well? Yes, he is. Cabbie gets in last. And we will have 3 finalists with Radiance going down and Cabbie with 7 points remaining. Anything can still happen here. It is so dramatic. Voyager PBing by over a second to stay in here. And round 2 starts. Now it is anyone's game. Cabbie, 7 points remaining, the only player not risking elimination in this round right here. This one Trackmania round of 50 seconds of driving. And we see he's off to a good start. Dunsta in last right now, but that can quickly change. The Radiance holding on here as well in third. Lines matter so much here. Voyager with a lot of speed into the bobsleigh. Manages to reel that one back in. It's Dunsta in clear last for now. But let's see here in the sharp slides. Cabbie with a lot of speed. Can he control that? He's risking a gear up. He's risking sliding out. Voyager slides out on the left side. And where is Dunsta? Where is Voyager? Dunsta is gone from the field of view. I think it might be Dunsta here that goes out in this round. Dunsta versus Voyager, but it will be Dunsta who gets eliminated here. He will be the first eliminee in the Trackmania Nordic Finals. GG's, what a match from Dunsta to go the distance like this. And we'll see if his countryman can avenge him. Radiance, Voyager, and Cabbie now. Norway, Sweden, and Denmark in these next 2 or 3 rounds to decide it all. Any mistake now will cost you dearly. Cabbie with a very inside line. He makes it work, but does he have the approach for the next slide? That's what's so important. If you mess up one turn, it could cost you dearly in the next, and it will be Voyager with the best combination out of the start. Gets a bad bobsleigh though, but the speed he has here will let him control this ice slide much better than the others. I think he has a better setup here. Radiance goes down into the slide. Cabbie as well. Who has the most speed on the exit? It will be Voyager, but can he control it? Radiance and Cabbie are just too far ahead by the looks of it. And if nothing goes wrong in the last turn, then it will be Radiance versus Cabbie here in the final round. And very importantly, Radiance snipes Cabbie there, which forces the double finalist. Radiance snipes Cabbie, and both are now finalists for one last round. It's do or die. This round decides the Nordic Trackmania Championship. Radiance versus Cabbie. 1 round of ice. Here we go. Radiance versus Cabbie. Cabbie with the best start right here. He has the best personal best on the map. But if you lose grip once, if you slide out once, that is the tournament gone. Both players holding on for now. Decent lines, enough to keep you in contention. If the other player makes a mistake, Radiance with a lot of speed into the bobsleigh needs to break here before the drop, or else he's too fast. Might go into the outside wall. He makes it back, but can he hit this ice slide towards the checkpoint? Cabbie has it near perfect. If he can avoid the wall and set up for the next one in time, Cabbie's looking very poised to win this. Radiance is trying. He hits the inside wall, and I think Cabbie has just done it. He's won the Nordic Trackmania Championship with a 50.55. GG to Cabbie for the win in the tournament. He was going in as seed 1. He will take the win. First place, a headset sponsored by Corsair, and the €100 Ubisoft Store voucher. But what a final by all the players here. Such a close fight all the way on every single map, and really just a joy to watch, to spectate. They put up an amazing show for this event, so huge ups to all the players. Huge up to all the players. It couldn't have gone a single more round. It went as many rounds as possible. How absurd is that? That is crazy. That is crazy. So wow. Wow. What a spectacle. That is a joy to watch. Some good competitive Trackmania. When players are even, when they practiced, when they drive so refined, and it makes it look so easy on tracks that are that difficult. It's a joy to watch. It's just racing. Easy to understand, fastest car wins, but so much depth to it at the same time. But guys, that kind of is it for me today. The plan for today was to host a tournament, and we've done so. So I really hope you enjoyed watching it. If you want me to host more tournaments, then please let me know. If you have any feedback on the format, what you thought of it, please let me know as well. You could write it in the Discord, !Discord. We have a channel there, the Nordic Trackmania Discord channel. No, my Discord server, but a channel in the Discord. Type what you think there if you have any words, and we will try to make maybe the next format even better. But guys, I will take the rest of the night off. I have some video work I gotta do. But yeah, guys, we are going to raid. I think we're going to raid Pawshamp. Mika. We're going to raid Mika. Mika is a French streamer, but he taught me to play ice, and I wanna pay it back. So go show some love to Mika. He's a great dude, wholesome, one of the best ice players in the game, and he's also a great coach. I have been very lucky to play with him. So yeah, go follow his channel if you want some ice advice, or just if you want some advice. Wow, good pun. Now, if you just wanna, I don't know, watch some cool ice gameplay. Guys, I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll be on. We're gonna coach Smudgy a couple of the day. Maybe even play some Bobsleigh tracks myself. But that's it for now. Take care. Hope you have a great night. And I'll see you guys very soon. Have a good one. I need to get some food. I am a hungry man. Bye-bye, guys.